Full name and the designation of each person. Counsel for the County Assembly, you may now take to the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, Senators. Good morning, Honorable Mutai, Governor Kericho. For the County Assembly of Kericho, the representation is as follows: Vincent Kiprono, Joel Wahungu, Elvis Kipkorir, Evans Kiblangat, Victor Kibet, Geoffrey Langat, Brian Langat, Hilary Kiblangat, Elias Mutuma, the Sharon Mibey, who is an advocate and also the Deputy Clerk of the County Assembly, Elisha Ongoya, being the lead counsel, and myself, Kimutai Bosek. There is also the following honorable members from the Kericho County Assembly. The mover of the motion, Honorable Kiprotich Rogony. There is also Honorable Albert Kipkoech and Honorable Vincent Korir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
And now, similarly, I now invite counsel for the governor to introduce your legal team representing the governor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, Your Excellency the Governor Kericho County, and my colleagues, good morning. With the permission of my senior colleague, I wish to introduce to you the legal team representing the Governor Kericho County. First, I wish to confirm that the Governor Kericho County, Dr. Eric Mutai, is before the House, and the legal team led by Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen, joined by Counsel Peter Wanyama, assisted by myself. My name is Doris Ngeno, and Counsel Wanjiro Thiongo, Counsel Joash Mitei, Counsel Evanson Kirui. That is our legal team. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this honorable House.
Senator Fernandez, take your seat. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate, I now welcome the team for the County Assembly, the team of the Governor, members of the public and the media to the Senate and to these proceedings. Finally, I now invite the clerk to call the next order and thereafter to read the charges against the Honorable Eric Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County.
Order number 2, reading of the charges on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Eric Mutai, Governor of Kericho County. The Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, Governor Kericho County, please take the stand. Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, Governor Kericho County, the charges against you as received from the County Assembly of Kericho are as follows, and I quote: Ground 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. gross violation of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Kericho County laws. The particulars of this ground are as follows. Allegation 1, misappropriation and misallocation of county finances. On various occasions since his election as a governor and subsequent assumption of office, the governor has engaged in various acts of gross violation of Articles 10, 183, and 201 of the Constitution, Sections 102 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the provisions of the Kericho County Rating Act, number 5 of 2019, as follows. 1. Fictitious payment of works, goods, and services. Between January 2025 and July 2025, the governor engaged in gross violations of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 3, Subsection 3, Section 30, Subsection 3F of the County Governments Act 2012. The governor aided, abetted, and/or condoned the fictitious payment of goods, services, and works which were neither delivered nor done, occasioning the county loss of Kenya shillings 85,704,522.90 in A. Services which were not rendered and/or partially done, for example, the maintenance of 15 residential houses in Kipkelion West Sub-County at a cost of 2.99 million shillings. B. Goods not delivered, including soya beans, maize jam, sunflower, seed cake, and cotton seed cake, alleged to have been supplied for Kenya shillings 14,980,640. C. Overpriced goods, including sodas, alleged to have been bought for about 500 shillings per 300 milliliter bottle, and a bale of tissue paper alleged to have been bought for Kenya shillings 2,750 per bale of 10 tissue papers, and a hand towel priced at Kenya shillings 3,600. D. Works, goods, and services alleged to have been procured for Kenya shillings 5,172,715.60 from companies including Mengro Products Limited, Hildama Construction and Supplies Limited, Brisac Construction and Supplies Limited, Prospera Ventures Limited, and IBM Pro Construction Limited without any supporting documents. And E. Payment of contractors from the retention account for the works done for more than 5 years ago, some of which companies had already been paid, and therefore misappropriating county funds through double payments. 2. Some of the goods, services, and works were procured without following the procurement processes. No tender opening committees were formed, contrary to Section 78 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 25 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Similarly, there were no professional opinions done to the accounting officers, contrary to Section 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 3. There was deliberate circumvention of competitive tendering of the same goods, services, and works by splitting of contracts to suit the request for quotation method, therefore violating Section 54 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 43 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. 4. Most of the goods, services, and works were procured outside the approved budget, as required under Section 44, subsection 2A of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 5. The documents used by the departments were not clear and did not bear references to the procurement requirement, provision of dates, especially invoices generated, and signatures of respective officers. There was therefore blatant violation of the provisions of Regulation 68 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. 6. No market survey was conducted as required under Regulation 43, Sub-Regulation 4 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. The contractors therefore supplied goods with exorbitant prices, contrary to Section 54, subsection 2 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 7. All of the subject goods, services, and works were paid for in advance, yet the county has accumulated pending bills over the last 3 years of Kenya shillings 1.1 billion, which have been verified and are yet to be paid from the time the governor assumed office. 8. The report of the ad hoc committee on the alleged fictitious payments tabled before the Assembly on 5th of August 2024 made pertinent and damning findings and recommendations that point to the deliberate failure to act, neglect of duty, and even conspiracy on the part of the governor, to wit, A. The documents shared with the ad hoc committee by the departmental heads called to testify were not accompanied by the ETIM's invoice. This lends credence to the suspicion that the documents may have been prepared to cover up the theft after the whistle was blown. B. The payments were made in advance before goods, services, and works were delivered or done, and as at the date of the tabling of the report, some of those goods, services, and works remained undelivered to date. C. Documents that were used to process payments bore the signatures that could not be authenticated. Subsequently, certain officers whose signatures appear in the said documents have denounced the documents. D. The gaps highlighted in the report point to serious governance concerns and weak internal controls in Kericho County that the appointing authority, that is the governor, policy makers, accounting officers, and indeed all the officers entrusted to deliver services to the county have failed to do as required by law. E. There was an intention to defraud the county and violations of the Constitution 2010, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the County Governments Act 2012, the Leadership and Integrity Act, the Powers and Privileges County Assemblies Act, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 9. Under Article 179 of the Constitution and Section 30, subsection 3F of the County Government Act 2012, the governor has the overall responsibility of being accountable for the management and use of county resources. 10. It is a matter of public notoriety that when the whistle was blown on these fictitious payments, the governor, on 26 July 2025, while attending a function at Kamolok village in Cheboin ward, rubbished the claims and called for stern action against the whistleblower. This shows someone who is either unaware of the happenings in the county or was deeply involved in the scandal. 2. Misappropriation of National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project NAVCPD funds. 11. On various dates between the year 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 48 and 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 30, subsection 3F of the County Government Act 2012, by aiding, abetting, condoning and or overseeing the massive looting, pilferage, misappropriation, and misallocation of NAVCDP funds amounting to over Kenya shillings 351 million as at 10th June 2025. 12. From the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and Cooperative Management, Tourism and Wildlife on the implementation status of National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, NAVCDP, in Kericho County, tabled in the County Assembly on 6th of August 2025, the County Assembly noted the following discrepancies in the use of the fund. A. The expenditure was used for farmers' cooperative societies, found only in 19 of 30 wards in Kericho County. This implies that the funds that were meant for agripreneurs, whose role was to enumerate farmers and organize them into SACCOs, was not adequately utilized. B. Each ward SACCO was meant to get Kenya shillings 1 million, yet the committee found that out of the 19 SACCOs under the program, only 7 have ever received financial support since the inception of the fund. C. It is further indicated in the report that some SACCO received nominal support in kind in form of office furniture and some farm inputs, while others have never received any support. D. Even those SACCOs and farmer producer organizations which received support in kind did not receive delivery notes when the furniture, computers, and other supplies were delivered, and they cannot therefore ascertain the prices, source, and therefore quality of what was supplied. E. The procurement of furniture and equipment under the NAVCDP program was conducted centrally with minimal involvement of key stakeholders. This does not only undermine the principle of transparency in procurement, decision-making, and lack of ownership, but also created room for pilferage and misappropriation of the fund. 13. The office furniture and equipment supplied under the NAVCDP program are largely of substandard quality. There was therefore no value for money and compliance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, particularly Section 124, which obligates the procuring entity to select quality and cost-based selection, QCBS method, as the preferred method to be used to evaluate proposals. 14. The manner in which the few projects which were implemented was done shows that they were done without following the project implementation manual published by the World Bank to guide the implementation of the projects. 15. Again, the governor shirked his overall responsibility under Article 179(4) of the Constitution and Section 30, subsection 3F of the County Governments Act 2012 to be accountable for the management and use of county resources. 16. There is evidence that the governor has been ordering withdrawals from the fund for reasons other than those for which the fund was created by the donor. Evidence of this shall be availed at the hearing.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi will not be in this situation.
Oh, so na wewe ndo the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendelee kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job. One job, Steve. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matubia?
I'm priceless, trust me.
I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Tos ichoboti iwal kini ichome koek boisiet nekonin kelchin, itagat eng Sensei College. Ole tuitos muswoknatet ak boisionik, kikonin kanetisiet nemi barak eng courses chekikoitoi. Eku agenge eng kipsomaninikab Kenya ak emotinwek alak chekikosuldae magutikwak ak konyor boisionik koboisie ID kityo. Inyoru ole iboibochini somaneng'ung, ole mi kiy age tugul neimokchinigei eng kanetisiet koboto kanetikchok chetoretin isuldae mageng'ung. Matimgei. Ngotimeche inai mising, ibirwech simet eng namba 0719-233-233. Sensei College. My skills, my future.
Faster speeds, safe and secure. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Water project in Kabianga, water and environment projects in Seretut, Cheptororiet Ward, Torachtani Cooperative Society Milk Cooling Plant in Kapsaos Ward, Soliat Water Tree Nursery Establishment Project in Soliat Ward, Arndonyo Mare Borehole Water Project, and Lelaitich Water Project in Soliat Ward are marked as 100% complete, yet there are either defects in the works, incomplete and substandard works. 18, as a result of this unfair distribution of projects, wards like Cheplanget, Litain, Chaik, Kipchebor, Chilchila and Kunyak did not get even a single project in all the categories under the fund, namely environment, agriculture, and water. 4, misappropriation of county funds and equalizer Kazi Mtaani initiative. 19, on or about 31st of August 2023, the governor engaged in gross violation of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by launching a program dubbed Equalizer Kazi Mtaani Initiative and drawing county funds towards the initiative without a legislation to anchor the initiative, public participation, prior approval of the County Assembly and the Controller of Budget, and prior approval of the Budget and Appropriation Committee's approval. 20, under the fund, a total of Kenya shillings 39 million were paid without proper tendering, local service orders, and for the services which were not delivered. 20, the County Assembly's report on the ad hoc committee on Kazi Mtaani project pointed out various violations of the Constitution and the law in the rolling out and implementation of the initiative. However, the governor deliberately disregarded the report and it has hitherto not been implemented. 22, the deliberate failure, omission, and unwillingness to implement the report of the County Assembly on Equalizer Kazi Mtaani initiative undermines devolution, the doctrine of separation of powers, and is therefore antithetical to the values and principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution, the objects of devolution, and under Article 174 of the Constitution. 5. Misappropriation of funds under the Strategic Intervention Projects, SIPs. 23. In various dates during the financial year 24-25, the Governor engaged in gross violation of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by overseeing misappropriation of various projects under the Strategic Intervention Projects CIP Fund. 24. For instance, the project for upgrading of Kunyak Dispensary to Health Center, which is a retender project for the construction and renovation of various facilities within the health center by Messrs. Belitra Enterprises Limited for Kenya shillings 44,756,846, a total of Kenya shillings 8,575,186 has been paid for no works done. Indeed, when the County Assembly's Committee on Implementation visited the site, they found that the contractor had only supplied materials, contrary to the Finance Department's report to the Assembly that kitchen and staff house was at walling stage, while the MCH is at slab level. 6. Other violations of the Constitution and the law. 25. The present and former Chief Executive Committee members and chief officers have variously reported coercion by the Governor to make financial allocations for the Governor's own use from the funds allocated to their respective departments, and which funds they were required to remit through the Governor's personal assistants. 26. Violation of Article 201A, D, and E of the Constitution 2010 on principles of public finance, and Article 226 as read with Article 227 of the Constitution by presiding over glaring irregularities evidenced by A. Irregular award of contracts and evasion of accountability, B. Willfully interfering in the procurement processes and the award of tenders, C. Skewed tender awards to various contractors at inflated rates and in collusion with fraudulent contractors and suppliers, D. Irregular implementation and unfair distribution of various programs in the county, E. Intentionally and negligently presiding over massive theft of county public funds, as evidenced by the Auditor General's reports for the preceding financial years, which have raised red flags over various projects. 27. On 15th August 2023, the Governor compensated the victims of Londiani accident from the County Emergency Fund to cover up for the funds raised by the public and misappropriated by a committee he had formed to steer the funds drive, and without a cogent explanation of how the funds publicly raised for the victims had been expended. Allegation number 2, misappropriating and or abetting misappropriation of the funds publicly raised for the victims of Londiani accident. 1. On various dates between 4th July 2023 and 9th July 2023, the Governor grossly violated the provisions of Article 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution and Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 by A. Overseeing misappropriation of the funds raised for the victims of the horrendous Londiani Junction accident tragedy, in which over Kenya shillings 9 million of public raised funds were lost. B. Reneging on his undertaking to implement the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee formed to probe the misappropriation of funds meant for the victims of the accident. There is evidence that the Governor filed a suit and or supported a suit by those implicated in the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee in Kericho Employment and Labor Relations Court petition number E006 of 2023, Dr. Wesley Bor and 5 others versus the Governor, Kericho County Government and others, and Kericho ELRC petition number E014 of 2023, Victor Tum and others versus the Governor, Kericho County and others. C, being personally and directly complicit in the flawed award of direct tenders for service providers during the fundraiser and requiem mass of the victims of the accident. D, the county governor has in this regard committed numerous and various acts in the course of his duties that are contrary to and in violation of the Constitution and the laws of Kenya. These include: 1, the authenticity of various payments made cannot be confirmed. The fact that the exact amount of money expended from the sum collected during the fundraiser points to impropriety and suggests a clear fraud on those whom the funds ought to have benefited. 2, a total of Kenya shillings 13,682,660 was collected at the fundraiser. A sum of Kenya shillings 423,000 was purportedly expended as pastor's facilitation, transport refund, field preparation, lunches and refreshments, printing, publishing, and radio announcements. Other payments that were approved from the fund were Kericho County Referral Hospital, Kenya shillings 2,037,524, Londiani Hospital, Kenya shillings 1,534,190, Supertix Limited, Kenya shillings 2,945,000, Supershine Limited, Kenya shillings 411,000, Raise Hotel, Kenya shillings 100,000, County Commissioners Fuel, Kenya shillings 300,000. 3, that when Kenyans from all walks of life voluntarily made contributions to aid the victims of the tragedy, it was never intended or anticipated that the funds would be misappropriated with the blessings of the governor, who had a higher calling to ensure the money is accounted for to the last coin and on whom the people bestowed their trust. 4, the governor issued contradictory statements insofar as the use of the funds is concerned. The contradictory statements point to his being complicit in the matter. 5, while the governor is on record indicating that the medical bills for all the victims would be waived and taken care of by the county government, it is clear why money had to be paid out from the fund collected to various public hospitals against the express and unequivocal representations of the governor. E, by his acts of omission and commission, the governor has grossly violated the provisions of Article 75 of the Constitution, which demands that a state officer shall, whether in private or in public, behave in a manner that avoids conflict of interest between personal interests and public or official interests, or compromises public interest in favor of personal interest. F, by overseeing the misappropriation of the funds aimed at assisting the victims of the accident, the governor violated Article 73 Subarticle 2, which demands from him selfless service based solely on public interest, demonstrated by honesty in the execution of his duties, accountability to the public for decisions and actions, and discipline and commitment in service. G, by allowing himself to be a master of doublespeak in such a grave matter that shook the conscience of the nation, the governor violated Article 73, Subarticle A, Roman 2 and 3 of the Constitution, which demand that he at all times demonstrates respect to the people and brings honor and dignity to the office he holds. H, by allowing himself and senior officials close to him to benefit from the funds, the governor violated Article 76, Subarticle 2B of the Constitution, which prohibits a state officer from accepting a benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer. I, by failing to ensure that decision-making in the executive of the county governor are not influenced by corruption, nepotism, and other callous and improper motives, the governor has failed to exercise objectivity and impartiality, thus violating Article 73, Subarticle 2B of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Ground 2, abuse of office. The particulars of this ground are as follows. Allegation 1, illegal appointments, unlawful dismissals and transfers, and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county public service. The governor has variously engaged in 1, gross misconduct, and 2, gross violations of Articles 10, 73, 75, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 3, gross violations of Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act, Section 4 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act 2017, and variously abused his office by A, skewed, uncompetitive, and nepotic appointments of the county employees of various cadres. For instance, the governor recently hired his own brother, one Victor Mutai, as a revenue clerk. Similarly, the governor's personal assistant's wife, one Chepkirui Mercy, was recently hired as a nurse on contract basis. Who was recently hired as a nurse on contract basis was confirmed, yet there are a number of nursing staff who have been serving on contract for long without confirmation. B, illegally appointing one Mrs. Alice Bett, now Judge of the High Court, as the county attorney when there was a substantive office holder, an act which the Employment and Labor Relations Court, the Honorable Lady Justice Wasilwa, affirmed was irregular, unprocedural, and unlawful in the case of Sang versus Governor Kericho County and 2 others, petition E001 of 2023. In that case, the governor was found by the court to be in gross violation of Article 73 and 232 of the Constitution. His actions found to be illegal and unconstitutional, and ordered to pay costs of Kenya shillings 2 million and costs personally. The governor has therefore been already adjudged to be in gross violation of the law and all the Assembly and the Senate. C, causing the advertisement of the positions of doctors, nurses, early childhood education, ECDE teachers, just to endear himself politically when he knew the county government did not have capacity to hire. The applicants were subsequently not shortlisted, nor the alleged vacancies filled up. D, illegally deploying health staff via the notice dated 22nd of July 2024 without any justification, authority, and involvement of County Service Board, thus creating a crisis in the health sector. E, since his assumption of office, the governor has dismissed a total of 10 County Executive Committee CEC members, 6 chief officers, 2 chiefs of staff, among other senior staff, without any cause or reason, thus exposing the county to protracted litigation and the risk of huge compensation in damages. The governor has perpetuated this firing spree, not for any reason, but as a show of might, power, and authority, and that is where the abuse lies. Allegation 2, subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the oversight role of the County Assembly. On 3rd September 2024, the governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, and 2, grossly violated the provisions of Articles 10, 73, 75, 174, and 185(3) of the Constitution, and abused his office by writing to the Speaker, purporting to direct the Speaker on, among other things, the timelines the Speaker should give the chief officers who are summoned by the Assembly for questioning in exercise of the Assembly's oversight mandate. Ground 3, gross misconduct. The particulars of this ground are as follows. Allegation 1, bullying, incitement, vilification of people and county staff. On various occasions, the governor has repeatedly engaged in 1, gross misconduct, and 2, gross violation of the provisions of Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, and Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by A, the governor has been operating with impunity as though he is above the law. On the second day of being sworn into office, the governor led a mob to invade a private land owned by one Mr. Josiah Kiplangat Kogo within Kericho town and tore down the fence. The governor has since designated the subject land as an illegal dump site operated by the county government without the consent of the registered proprietor, the National Environment Management Authority NEMA approval, gazettement by the county designating the parcel as a dump site, and in total disregard of a court order issued by the Environment and Land Court in the case of Kericho, in Kericho in ELC petition number E001 of 2022, Josiah Kiplangat Kogo versus County Government of Kericho. The governor has also obstructed the enforcement of the orders by the police administration. The actions are illegal, contemptuous to the authority and dignity of the court and the rule of law, unethical, and demeaning the office the governor holds. Further, as a result of the illegal actions of the governor, the county was condemned to pay the costs. B, none of the dismissed CECs, CEOs, and chiefs of staff and other senior county staff were given fair administrative due process and hearing, thus violating the provisions of Articles 41, 47, and 51 of the Constitution. C, the governor has persistently intimidated, molested, harassed county officers who do not sing to his tune, leaving officers jittery and creating an atmosphere of fear, uncertainty, and despondency in the county, and thus creating a toxic work environment. This violates the provisions of Sections 11 and 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. D, the governor has persistently used divisive and unbecoming language which undermines the office he holds, contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. And E, the acts of the governor enumerated above have collectively brought dishonor and disrepute into the office of the governor in violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. The Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, how do you plead to the 3 grounds? How do you plead to ground 1? How do you plead to ground 2? How do you plead to ground 3?
Governor, you may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now I'll call upon the County Assembly. So the County Assembly, you have 30 minutes to make your opening statement. Thereafter, it will be followed by the Governor's opening statement. It will also take 30 minutes.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Before we make the opening statement, there are certain preliminary matters that the County Assembly wished to raise. So with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to be given the opportunity to raise them first.
You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by raising the fairly simple and straightforward preliminary issue. By letter dated 24th August 2025 by the firm of HK Advocates on behalf of the County Assembly. Sorry, the record may not have captured my name. My name is Elisha Ongoya for the County Assembly of Kericho. And I think for members of the Senate on light note, Mr. Speaker, who may wonder whether Mr. Mutuma and I are actually on this side, we may say that the Kabrang rule has placed us this side today. Mr. Speaker knows that better than I do. By letter dated 24th August 2025, H&K Law Advocates, acting for the County Assembly of Kericho, requested the clerk of this House to make special arrangements for one witness who suffers a physical disability in the nature of mobility impairment when that time comes. So that we don't struggle at the last minute, I would wish that Mr. Speaker directs that those arrangements be made as and when that witness is required to be put on the stand.
Yeah, those arrangements are going to be made.
Thank you so much. The second preliminary issue is also relating to another letter dated 24th August 2025 and addressed the clerk of this House. Just for context, you'll notice that among the filings made by the governor in his defense was a notice of preliminary objection, which was brought to the attention of the County Assembly when the documents were being exchanged at the clerk's designated area. In the circumstances, the County Assembly wrote to this House informing it that it will be seeking the leave of this House to file a response to the notice of preliminary objection.
I think, Council, that PO hasn't been raised yet. It's on record, but it's yet to be raised.
Thank you.
So you'll be given an opportunity to make that application once that PO has actually been raised.
Thank you. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the final is a set of documents that we also wish to be permitted to be circulated to the senators. I'll just lay a brief context for this. There are documents which, Mr. Speaker, when you are informing the senators, you drew their attention to the documents that the County Assembly brought to this House accompanying the resolution of the County Assembly. Some of those documents, unfortunately, when we are now preparing the volumes for circulation, because of the number of volumes involved, were omitted among the documents that were delivered, and other documents were also referred to the various witness affidavits, and those documents were also omitted when we were producing the volumes because of the sheer number of volumes that were being produced. If you give me permission, Mr. Speaker, I can then draw your attention to the specific documents so that then you can consider whether or not to allow them.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember you read among the documents that the County Assembly presented to this Senate as payment vouchers for the Department of Agriculture. You also read payment vouchers for the Department of Lands and Physical Planning. Those documents, although accompanying the motion and duly presented to the Office of Speaker, were not reproduced in the volumes that have been given to the honorable senators. We beseech you to grant us leave to have those documents circulated among the senators. We also have documents that are mentioned in the various witness affidavits, but which unfortunately were not reproduced when the volumes were being made. By name, we have a staff redeployment memo dated 10th January 2025, an internal memo of the County Government of Kericho. We have certain printouts of M-Pesa statements that are referred to in the affidavit of Eric Koech. We have the letter dated 21st August 2025 with regard to the report of the ad hoc committee on Kazi Mtaani, which, Mr. Speaker, you have alluded to. It is referred to in the affidavit of the motion mover. We have certain RTGS payment extracts that are referred to in the affidavit of Albert Koech. We have the termination letter of Enoch Koech that is referred to in the affidavit of Eric Koech. We have an invitation for a meeting with the Joint County Assembly Committee on Water and Sanitation and Environment and Forestry and Natural Resources and Minutes. The report of that committee, my apologies, the report of that committee is before this House, but only the invitation letter that was omitted in the course of the photocopying. Then we have bundles of invitation letters dated 18th July 2025 to appear before the ad hoc committee of the County Assembly of Kericho on fictitious payments. Again, the report of that committee is already before this House. So the only documents that were omitted were the invitation letters, which we seek that you permit to be presented to this House so that we have a complete record. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, we have certain photographs and an attendant certificate of electronic evidence. The photographs are referred to in the affidavit of Kiprotich Rogoni, and the certificate of electronic evidence is also in that affidavit, but unfortunately, in the course of mass production of the documents, they were omitted. Those documents, Mr. Speaker, we beseech you to allow the senators to have access to them so that we can have a comprehensive view of the situation. The other documents are the ones, as I alluded to earlier, relating to the answer to the PO. I will suspend dealing with those ones as director of the Speaker, and I'll deal with them as and when that PO becomes a relevant issue before this House. My learned colleague should draw my attention to something so that we don't waste time. I'll ask him just to present it to the Senate right away so that the Senate can make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma. I just wanted to confirm that the documents that my learned senior has alluded to have already been supplied to Council for the Governor through email yesterday, and physical copies were delivered this morning. Thank you.
Council for the Governor, do you have any objections to that request?
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, we very strongly object. We very strongly object. It is true that we were Mr. Speaker, sir, we strongly object to the attempt to introduce new evidence at this point. It is true that this morning, as we were waiting to walk in here, we were served with the documents referred to by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, sir, the first point of our objection is that we will not have had an opportunity to have looked at them and to prepare ourselves to respond to them, considering that today is scheduled for hearing. The second objection, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that you already gave a timetable within which the filings were to be done, and we all struggled to file within that time, including ourselves, who had also equally voluminous documents. So the mere contention that it was voluminous is not good enough a reason. The third objection we have, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that they were not part of the documents that were used during the proceedings at the County Assembly. And for purposes of that point, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to make reference to your standing orders, the standing orders for this, for the Senate, particularly the standing order number 20. The standing order is to this effect. In presenting its evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the Governor in the County Assembly as forwarded by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is our contention that that standing order clearly prohibits the introduction of this new evidence. It is also our argument that if that evidence had been brought to the Assembly, there is also the possibility that the Assembly could have voted differently. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, we take objection to the introduction of the new evidence, and we insist that the matter proceeds as per the documents that were filed within the timelines that you had given. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like my colleague, Mr. Wanyama, to make supplementary submissions on the issue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Senators, just an additional remark. If you look at paragraph 16 of the motion and the entire motion, there is certainly evidence which the mover of the motion wanted to adduce before the County Assembly. At paragraph 16 of the motion, the mover of the motion specifically said on the floor that that evidence will be sought after asking the House to issue summons. And throughout the motion, you will see that then there is no evidence. An allegation has been made and no attaching evidence has been adduced. So that was the evidence which was submitted before the County Assembly and a decision made on them. So in accordance with your rules, and we strongly object to this, the County Assembly cannot introduce new evidence, even if it was mentioned in the pleadings before the County Assembly. It cannot introduce that new evidence before this House at this stage for only one reason. It's extremely prejudicial to the governor. And secondly, the governor has not had the opportunity to prepare on this evidence. But more importantly, this evidence requires comment from the governor. And therefore, the right to fair hearing will be severely breached if this evidence, which the County Assembly is now doing a patchwork, is introduced at this stage. And lastly, it will contravene your express, clear, and unequivocal rules that no new evidence shall be introduced on the Senate if they are not part of the evidence submitted against the governor in the County Assembly. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, may I have a brief right of reply?
Council, let me just make a ruling on this matter. We make progress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We've had your position. We've had the governor's position. Now, if I had counsel for the County Assembly correctly, is that the evidence related to those documents is already in our bundles, the original bundles. These documents were omitted by mistake during the compiling of those bundles. They do not introduce any new evidence as is being submitted by the counsel for the governor. And therefore, pursuant to Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure, I will allow those documents to be admitted. Counsel for the governor, you may take to the stand and make your opening statements.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had indicated that we are raising a preliminary objection. Although, allow me to make the observation, Mr. Speaker, sir, that much as you have made your ruling based on the premises that they were excluded, though they were part of the evidence, they were not part of the evidence, Mr. Speaker, sir. These are new documents that have never been part of this case. The nearest you could say is that they were referred to or they were alluded to in the charges, but they have never been part of the evidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, we filed a notice of intention to raise a preliminary objection, and the same was part of the filings we did within the timeline you gave us. The nature of our preliminary objection, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to contend that there was no voting that took place, and therefore it implicates the requirement, number one, that voting must have been done at the Assembly, and number two, that a two-thirds threshold should have been achieved. It is our contention that the approach adopted by the Speaker in the County Assembly, the documents filed, including the audit of the logs of the process, will show that indeed there was no voting system. Mr. Speaker, sir, I pray that you allow us to raise that preliminary objection to the effect that indeed no voting took place and that 2/3 was not achieved, and therefore your jurisdiction has not been triggered as a Senate.
So, Counsel for Governor, you have 15 minutes to raise your appeal. Counsel for the County Assembly, you'll have 15 minutes to respond, and thereafter the Senate will make a determination on the matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the issues we raise in our preliminary objection are that we will start, first of all, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will invite your attention to the contents of an Annex 4A from the Assembly, which provides an audit of the login processes and details of how the voting went on. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that is contained in the affidavit by the IT expert at page 79 to 85, and also in the affidavit sworn by the clerk, page 95 to 93. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the IT expert says particularly at paragraph it is volume 2. Volume 2.
What is your issue, Senator for Nairobi?
Volume 2 of the County
Counsel
Assembly.
for Governor,
Bundle.
just hold and pause the time for the Governor, please. Yes, Senator Sifuna.
No, Speaker, we've been through this process many times, and these are experienced lawyers. Part of the thing they should do before they start is to introduce to the Senate their documents. You can't just refer to documents, and we have volumes upon volumes here. I would expect that Counsel for the Governor start by telling us what his documents look like, and then we can be able to go together. Other than that, you're just speaking to yourself. With respect, Counsel.
Counsel for Governor, kindly be guided accordingly.
My apologies, Honorable Senators. I'm referring to volume 2 of the County Assembly bundle, and I will be juxtaposing that with bundle Annex 4A, also from the County Assembly bundle. Mr. Speaker, sir, our preliminary objection, the first point I wish to address is what has been referred to by the IT expert, and that testimony, his affidavit is at page 79 to page 89. And at page, particularly page 81, paragraph 10, 11, and 12, he indicates that they have been using certain software for purposes of payments, budgeting, meetings, and so on and so forth. Then he says in October 2024, an enactment was made of Standing Order number 77, and attendant to the enactment of that section, they then developed a system for voting by upgrading what they already had for purposes of implementation of that standing order. Then he proceeds at paragraph 23, 30, and 31 to say that system is accurate, verifiable, secure, user-specific, and friendly. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that's where our preliminary objection lies. We would like to say, first of all, if it were a specific, if it was tailored to meet the intention of that standing order number 70, the standing order number 70, standing order number 77A requires that in the event an MCA chooses not to vote, then he must be deemed to have abstained. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we look at volume 1 of the Governor's bundle at page 98 to 101, if we could look at that. The Governor's bundle, page 98 to 101 to 106. It is the bundle is pink in color. It will be noted that if indeed it was tailored to meet the intentions of Standing Order number 77, then it should also have complied with the detail of 77.8, which says that any MCA who has not voted should be reflected as having abstained. You will notice at page 98 that the votes reflected in that report says 33 voted and there was 0 abstain. However, when you juxtapose that, if we could go again to the volume 2 of the Assembly's bundle, you will find an affidavit by the clerk of the county assembly at page 90 to 93, and particularly at page 90, at paragraph 17 at page 93, the clerk is very specific that there were 47 MCS in the assembly on that date. Now, our case is that the 18 MCS did not vote at all, and we have produced those affidavits. And those affidavits of the 18 MCS I will provide in a minute. But let me just make this first point I was making, being that if the system that they say was tailored to meet the intention of Standing Order number 77, then 77.8 requiring that it should reflect abstention, then should have reflected 18 MCS abstained, or in the alternative, if it were to be the case which we contest, if it were to be the case that 33 voted, then it should have reflected that 14 of them abstained. And so that's our first attack on that pretense that there was any voting that happened. It is our contention that just a piece of paper was prepared. The second argument we make is that 18 MCS did not vote, and the maximum number of votes that system should have reflected should have been 29 votes. And the affidavits that we have produced for purposes of supporting that proposition, Mr. Speaker, sir, are at page 117 to 120 of the governor's bundle. That is an MCA called Kiptegan. Then there is an MCA called Kibet Bozuben at page 121 to 122. Then there is Amos at page 125 to 127. Then there is Edna and Martin at page 128 to 131. Then there is an MCA whose nickname is Broker at page 132 to 134. Then there is an MCA called Gabriela at page 135 to 1. I was just struggling with the 15 minutes I was given, Honorable Senators. Then there is an affidavit sworn by one Gabriela, Honorable Gabriela at page 135 to 137, and an affidavit sworn by all the 18 jointly at page 113 to 116. In the same set of the documents, we have shown how they have already reported to the DCI for purposes of investigation of the impersonation of their votes. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I indicate that all the 18 MCAs are our witnesses, and we intend to call all of them, probably 17 or the 18. And Mr. Speaker, sir, and Honorable Senators, it is our contention that indeed, to the extent to which 18 of them did not vote, the representation that the 3 MCAs voted is inaccurate. It should have been only 29 MCAs. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have identified particularly 4 MCAs whose signatures, whose votes were fraudulently captured as having voted in favor of the impeachment. They have said they did not vote, and to the extent to which the report on the voting at page 98 to 106 in bundle 1 of the governor's report purports that the 4 of them voted is a forgery, Mr. Speaker, sir. The other issue which I want my learned friend to highlight is that it will be noted that there are individuals, based on the login audit that the County Assembly has produced, that there were 3 MCAs who voted twice. That is Honorable Rogon Kiprotich, who is the mover of the motion. He voted twice. Not only is it reflected in the audit report, he also is on audio as telling one of the people he voted for that, please let me give you some money in exchange to you for indicating my having voted for you. The other one is Honorable Moses Rotich, who voted twice, and Honorable Beatrice Chepkoech. The other issue we wish to advance, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, is the standing order enacted by the County Assembly itself, standing order number 77-4, which requires that when you implement the use of electronic voting, then the MCAs will be allowed, and I want to put emphasis on these two. One is to press, not only to press, but to press a button. And Mr. Speaker, so it should be a common ground between ourselves and my learned colleagues for the County Assembly that indeed there was no gadget which could be pressed and there was no button to be pressed. What they did is to send a link to the mobile phones and ask them to enter the link and do the voting. And we are saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the extent to which the standing order requires that you press a button, there was no device which could satisfy the requirement for electronic voting at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, sir. 4 minutes. Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, we would also like to point out that the entry credentials, the affidavit sworn by the IT expert multiple times at page 79 to 83, to 85, is that there was a unique criteria to enter the portal. However, it will be noted, Mr. Speaker, sir, as my learned friend will demonstrate, that the identifiers were merely the payroll number and the ID number. And so anybody who knows the payroll number and the ID number could enter and vote. And indeed, as far as we are concerned, that's what happened. And that's why we are saying that this voting system is not accurate, verifiable, nor auditable. Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, as I hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Wanyama, is to point out, Mr. Speaker, sir, that immediately after the voting, the site was pulled down. We are meant to understand that in response to our having filed our objection, an attempt was made to set up the same link yesterday. But between the time of voting on 15th of August and yesterday and Monday, the site had been down. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, we contend that indeed this voting system does not satisfy the requirement that indeed a voting should have happened and that voting should have achieved 2/3 of the MCAs to warrant you are having to entertain and determine this preliminary objection. We pray that you decline to accept this motion into your House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request for 5 minutes for my colleague, Mr. Wanyama.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, there is a thorny issue which is creeping from our motion. The Kericho County Assembly has 47 MCAs. The documents submitted by the County Assembly show 33 voted in favor of the motion. There are 18 MCAs before this House who say that they never voted for the motion. So outside the legalities, the Senate can determine that question factually by asking all these 18 MCAs whether they voted for the motion or not. Because Section 33, paragraph 2 of the County Government Act, it's what gives this House the powers, the jurisdiction. So we submit that there is no proper motion before the House. Because of that question, it was not supported by the requisite 2/3 majority as required by the law. And why? Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, allow me to invite you to look at volume A, volume 4A of the County Assembly documents, because this is where the explanation comes in. Volume 4A of the County Assembly documents. Now, the County Assembly said that they used a system. They used a system which they were deploying for the first time in this voting, a system. How would an MCA access this system? You will need your IPPD number, your payroll number, and your ID number to access the system to vote. I myself, yesterday, I attempted to access this system, and I was able to access the system which they had put after pulling it down, and I was able to vote using the IPPD number and the ID number of MCS. The IPPD number is available in volume 4A of the document. Volume 4A of the document, and allow me to just show you the Yes, the same document is at volume, the governor's bundle at page 259. The governor's bundle at page 259. And then from the county assembly documents, that is page 1 of volume 4A, you will see the ID numbers of the MCS. These ID numbers were the passwords to access the system. The ID numbers were the passwords to access the system. So the ID numbers are here. They are there. Then the username is contained at page 4 of the county assembly document. Page 4 of the county assembly document, you will see the IPPD system. The unique payroll number of each MCA. So that's a system which was deployed. Now, this system fortunately leaves an audit trail. It leaves an audit trail. It's a system which, when you extract, it leaves an audit trail for you. So at page 13 of the county assembly document, their own documents which they've submitted in the House, page 13, you will see the audit trail. You will see the audit trail. Whatever happened to that system, which you could access using your ID number and the IPPD number as an MCA, and anyone could access. And before I go to this audit trail, the persons who could access the system is the clerk, the MCS, and the IT personnel. So the system will tell you the whole story. So from this page 13 and from page 13 to page 14, page 13, 14, 15, you will see the audit trails. And allow me to show you this. This is very significant.
Counsel for Governor, 2 minutes.
Yes, yes. This audit trail will show that there are 3 MCAs who voted twice. And remember, this is from the county assembly's own document. 3 MCAs voted twice. Can I show you their IPPD numbers and their names? Yes. If you look at page 16 of the volume 4A, you will see that an MCA at number 12 from the bottom, you will see the credentials of an MCA, the IPPD number, the payroll number of an MCA, which is 202-002-51726. These are the credentials based on the county assembly document, the IPPD payroll number, the credential of an MCA known as Moses Rotich. It says yes. The logs say he voted yes. Now, hold your page on that. On page 17 of the county assembly document, look at the same IPPD number. It is the same of the same person. Same MCA, Moses Rotich. It is said he voted again, yes. So he voted twice in this system. That is page 17, the first entry on page 17. The first entry at the top there is the same entry. The same IPPD number of the MCA who is appearing on the call logs as having voted twice. That is, it appears at page 16 and page 17. Page 17, the first entry. The second MCA who voted twice is Beatrice Chepkemoi. On the 9th line, at page 16, on the 9th line, page 16, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 9th line at page 16, you will see an MCA voting yes. And the credentials, as you can see there, the IPPD number is 202, again 202. 96089. This MCAs, based on the county assembly document, we can identify the name is Beatrice Chepkemoi, voted yes. At page 17, on the 4th line, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 4th line, you will see the same credentials for Beatrice Chepkemoi, again voting yes. Voting yes. On page 17. Then the last one, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, the last one, the last MCA who voted twice is the mover of the motion. The mover of the motion.
For Governor, conclude, please.
Yes, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker, sir. The mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir. He appears on page 16 of the volume 4A at line 6. And the credentials at line 6 is 202, again 202, 96039. These are the credentials of a gentleman known as Honorable Kiprotich Rogoni, the mover of the motion. And he voted yes. Now on page 17, line 7. Line 7, the same credentials of the same mover of the motion, the MCA. You can see the number. Again, it says voting yes. So that from these login trails, we have counted 36 from these reports, which the County Assembly has submitted as the evidence. There are 36 yes votes from the audit, from the login trail, 36. But as part of the demonstration of fraud, they were able to say that only 33 voted yes. But the answer is that from their own document, which they have submitted in the Senate, 36 MCAs allegedly voted for this motion. And some were voting twice. Secondly, from this system audit trail, you can see there were 47 attempts to log in at that time. The major attempt was done by a gentleman known as Peter. Of course, not myself. Peter attempted to log on this system 7 times using the ID number, using the IPPD number of the MCS. You cannot see it, Mr. Speaker. You can't see the ID number because the ID number was the password. So you cannot see it. Instead, you will see the IPPD number. So you can see a gentleman known as Peter has attempted to log in 7 times. And the login trail will indicate that there were 47 successful login attempts. And then, this is maybe the second last point as I sit down. The technical people, while this system was running for voting, the technical people accessed this system 2 times. And allow me to just point out the last one at page 17 down there. At page 17, the second last entry on page 17, you will see log user admin. It's the same log user then accessing the system again at the end of it. And then at page 15, because this is in the middle of voting, at page 15, line 4, you will see the admin accessing the system. So our point is that, and then if you do, Mr. Speaker, if I have time, I will tell you, I'll actually show you that there are some MCAs who, or not really MCAs, persons who were able to access the system because the voting duration was between 14 and 45 seconds. You log in, it shows that you have logged in, then you log out for between 14 and 45 seconds. But there are some persons who access the system for more than 2 minutes. They just logged in and then they were there throughout. We're wondering what they were doing in the system. And then lastly, there are persons, if you look at page 13, when the voting is now about to come to an end, at entry number 7, you will see an MCA who had voted, but then accessed the system. You can see a login attempt. They have accessed the system. And then they never left the system. So the question that we are asking is really peremptory as I wind up my submissions on this inquiry. Is this system secure? Is this system based on this evidence accurate? We have an affidavit of an MCA who said that someone else voted for him. If I, as an advocate, can access the system and vote, so what about persons who have knowledge to the system, including the user developers? They say this system was developed by the IT department internally. And remember, it was being used for the first time by the County Assembly on a very serious matter which has heavy constitutional implication. That is the impeachment of a governor. So we are asking, is this system accurate? Is it verifiable? So in our submissions, and we conclude this by saying, because we have laid basis of fraud, a fraudulent pattern by the persons who are in charge of this system, and because the 18 MCAs are here, This Senate, being a house of record, has an ultimate responsibility to inquire on that question now as part of the preliminary inquiries and vote on it. Ask all these MCAs. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you remove
your
47...
time is up, Counsel for Governor.
Thank you,
you are
thank
repeating yourself, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will sit down.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, can I be heard? Mr. Speaker, can I be heard? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my name is Elisha Ongoya. I beg to reply. For starters, in response to this notice of preliminary objection, the County Assembly has filed grounds of opposition named Volume 7. It's a small volume. If it has gone round just a short while ago. And an affidavit named Volume 7A, being the affidavit of Edna Chepkirui Tonui. I begin by begging Mr. Speaker that these documents be deemed to be validly on record. They are the documents I alluded to earlier. Having said that, I begin by saying that if you look at the written notice of preliminary objection, there are two elements of the objection that my learned colleagues for the governor have either abandoned or not alluded to specifically, alleging violation of a court order and reintroduction of the motion, because they have not argued it.
Counsel for the County Assembly, respond to the PO, not the proposed PO.
Thank you. Allow me then to start with the issue that Mr. Wanyama, learned counsel, raised here by saying he personally logged into this system and voted. That qualifies him to be a witness who needs then to demonstrate to this House how he logged into this system and how he voted, and therefore be a proper subject of cross-examination. Anything short of that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, is nothing more than mere sensationalism, and I beseech you to treat it as such. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, is on the allegation of the logs that you have just been taken through. And I wish to present just 1 minute. It's amazing how sensationalism can arise. But if you go to page number 13 of volume 4A of the County Assembly's documents, the audit logs run from page 13 all the way to page 17. And allow me to demonstrate why you cannot determine this objection on the grounds raised by my learned colleague, Mr. Wanyama, by referring to a decision of the High Court on a similar issue. This Senate impeached another governor called Governor Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, and an issue of electronic voting arose in that matter. When that matter went into the High Court, there was a petition number A425 of 2020 that was considered by the High Court, and the judgment is publicly available on the National Council for Law Reporting. At paragraph 169 and 170 of that judgment, the three-judge bench of the High Court observed, and I quote, "The court is now left with two separate sets of affidavits that present contradictory positions. On the one hand, some MCAs aver that their login credentials were forged." Same thing you are hearing here. and that they never participated in the voting process on 3rd December 2020, and even went to the extent of making a report at Kwale police station. Same argument you will hear here. On the other hand, 20 of the same 39 MCAs swore affidavits for the governor. 20 of them swore fresh affidavits on 4th December 2020, stating that they willingly voted on 3rd December 2020. You will find the same scenario in this case before you. Same scenario. The Hansard, this is the High Court saying, which is the official record of the County Assembly, shows that 90 MCAs voted in respect to Honorable Ogada's motion. In view of the contradictory averments by some of the MCAs who are alleged to have been in Kwale, coupled with the lack of any expert evidence in support of the alleged hacking. Let me stop there by demonstrating that Mr. Wanyama is a lawyer like me. He's no expert in ICT. He will not guide you on the functionality of ICT. Coupled with lack of evidence to support the alleged hacking, we find the petitioners did not establish that the 2/3 statutory requirement for the impeachment of the governor was not met. Having said that, let me go to the logs at page 13 to page 17. These are logs in a system, in an ICT system, and yet what you have before you is a printout of those logs. It means one must copy the logs, then print them out. That's the only way we can present the evidence of the logs here. Otherwise, this ICT expert has put the link in his affidavit, and when he takes the witness stand, when the trial starts, he will demonstrate to you how this system works, and you will see the logs themselves. But to give you a printout, which is a requirement of the rules of procedure, one has to copy the logs and put them here. And therefore, if the logs are copied twice, it does not mean that somebody voted twice. Allow me to take you through the exact entries that my learned colleague, Mr. Wanyama, has alluded to. At page 16 is a log called at 15th of August 2025 at 19:25:29 hours, 7:15 p.m. and 29 seconds. He alleges that there is a vote cast by that IPPD number. And you go to page 17, you see where he's alluding to at the first line, 15th August 2025 at 9:15:29, vote cast by that IPPD number. Let's look at the next log. 15 August 2015, 19:15:26. Let's go to the corresponding log on the following page, 17, 15th August 2025, 19:15:26. The same hour, the same minute, the same second. Go to the third entry, senators. This is 19:15:23. Then you got the following log, 19:15:23. Failed log. You see the same entries of the same IPPD number by the same person at the same hour, same minute, same second. This is a product of the copying of the logs for purposes of printing. It is not the logs in the system. It's how when you copy the log to print, you can copy twice. The results of this election, which my learned calls Road 5, are at pages 21 to page 26 of volume 4A. My apologies, not 26, 28. The results are at pages 21 to page 28. And if you go to page 22, at the second box from the bottom, that is Honorable Chepkemoi Beatrice, you notice she voted yes at 19:15:19, and you don't see her in any other entry in the results of the vote. These are the results of the vote. This is what the speaker declared. You run from page 21 to page 28. you would see every senator, sorry, my apologies, every MCA who voted yes captured once. I juxtapose this data, and possibly, Mr. Speaker, when the members will be contributing, fortunately for us, this Senate is a crucible of talent. There are multiplicity of talent here, and there are ICT experts among you. They will demonstrate very clearly that you can't take a copying of the logs to print when it's copied twice, say therefore somebody voted twice. Otherwise, it would mean that these people were so meticulous that from that entry that Mr. Wanyama began with, up to the second last entry on that page, and when you go to page 17, from the first entry up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, up to the 11th entry, those people transacted meticulously at the same time, second, minute, hour. It makes no sense. That's number one. Number two, in their submissions, my learned colleagues have said they will call witnesses to prove these facts. It means what they have raised before you are questions about credibility of witnesses. The forum for testing credibility of witnesses is in the trial itself, so that this ICT expert will take the stand, take you through the procedure, take you through these logs and field questions, and then you'll be able to test the credibility. And that will be the case for any other person, including members of the county assembly. I'm making out a case that what has been urged before you is not a preliminary objection by any stretch of imagination of that word preliminary objection. These are contentious, convoluted matters of law, which even you have seen. My learned colleague, Mr. Wanyama, wishes to convert himself into a witness and also tell you how he participated in this voting process himself. We have no problem with that, senators. If my learned colleague, Mr. Wanyama, wishes to take the witness stand and adduce that evidence, we have been here long enough to demonstrate that we deal with that in cross-examination. It is the only tool known to law for testing veracity of evidence. Allow me then to go to the standing orders. Standing order number 77 of the Kericho County Assembly standing orders is the operating standing order for this process. I will also briefly allude to standing order number 83. Standing order number 77 provides that unless the Speaker, for the convenience of the Assembly, otherwise directs, voting on a division in the Assembly shall be by electronic voting. So that the first grievance that my learned colleagues for the governor are raising is, why did the Speaker comply with standing order number 77? That's the essence of the objection. 77.3 provides that during electronic voting, members shall cast their votes by pressing either the yes, no, or abstain button. I sat here and I listened to my learned colleague, Mr. Katwa Kigen, most polite colleague that I know, very courteous colleague that I know, saying that the word button means a manual button. A manual button. Technology has evolved. And when an electronic system prompts you with the 3 electronic buttons, yes, and you press it, no, and you press it, abstain, and you press it, I respectfully submit you have pressed a button. So partly, again, this objection was based on a very manual understanding of the word button. And I don't know how much more I can say about that, but I think, Mr. Speaker, senators, that's the best I can do. To say that because Kericho County Assembly has technologically advanced, that people can press electronic buttons as we do with our M-Pesa smartphones, we admit yes or no or cancel without pressing a manual button, or as we do in our ATM machines. The ATM machine prompts you. You select bank statement, select withdrawal, select electronically on the screen. To say that because Kericho County Assembly is at pace with that technology, we must therefore fault it. It will be a sad day in the history of governance of this country if we reached that verdict. So, senators, you have been told that certain MCAs have sworn affidavits distancing themselves from the vote. We have demonstrated that this is not a new game in town. Number one, in the Mike Mbuvi Sonko case, that happened. The court determined the Hansard is the authoritative source of information. The only way to counter that is when those witnesses come here in the trial itself and their evidence is tested. But number two, when you finally look at volume 7A, this is an affidavit of one of the said 18 MCAs denying swearing those affidavits that the governor has brought for you. One of them sworn an affidavit is here before you. Distinguished senators, can we resolve this matter without putting the actual people on the stand at the trial to resolve that matter? I submit respectfully that's impossible. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is up. May I just get 2 minutes to sum up my argument? Mr. Speaker, my apologies, my time is up. I want to just get some 2 minutes to sum up the argument.
2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what are we saying in a nutshell? In a nutshell, we are saying that there is a witness affidavit supported by documents running from page 1 of volume 4A, running from page 4 of volume 4A to page 44 of volume 4A, giving you an audit trail of this voting process. Nothing can be a clearer explanation of a verifiable and accountable system of voting than a system that generates this kind of audit trails. So you can't fault a system that can generate this volume of audit trails and say it is faulty. Number two, you have been told that these MCAs are not technologically advanced and could not vote. Pages 1 to page 3 of that volume 4A is evidence of Kericho County Assembly buying for these MCAs laptops to technologically enable them way back in September 2024. Way back in September 2024, and therefore the Assembly has done its part. What is the correct approach to this objection, Mr. Speaker? I suggest that, Mr. Speaker, the matters raised in this objection be subsumed in the trial. This matters be tested through the trial, and this matters be determined as part and parcel of the questions of fact and law that this Senate shall deal with at the voting stage of this motion. I respect Mr. Speaker, and I rest the County Assembly's case.
Counsel for the Governor. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, I will allow not more than 15 minutes from 1 p.m. to enable the Counsel for the Governor to respond to what has just been submitted to by the team from the County Assembly. You may proceed. You have not more than 15 minutes because the House must rise at exactly 1:15. You need not take the entire 15 minutes. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the first point we wish to observe is that in response to our preliminary objection, one of the issues we raised in our preliminary objection is that the entry credentials, being the use of an ID number as a password and use of payroll number as username, has not been contested. And the emphasis in it is that those two particulars are publicly available. Anybody who works with the county can easily access the ID number and the payroll number, and therefore it should have been possible. Indeed, it happened that other people intercepted the system. And these buttresses the arguments made by my learned friend, when he pointed out somebody called Peter and others who logged in, including the admin who
Kenya. Twende mbele. NCBA. Go for it.
Tos ichoboti iwal kii neichome koek boisiet nekonin kelchin, itagat eng Sensei College ole tuitos muswoknatet ak boisionik, kikonin kanetishet nemi barak eng courses chekikoitoi. Eku agenge eng kipsomaninikab Kenya ak emotinwek alak chekikosuldae magutikwak ak konyor boisionik koboisie ID kityo. Inyoru ole iboibochini somaneng'ung, ole mi kiy age tugul neimokchinigei eng kanetishet koboto kanetikchok chetoretin isuldae mageng'ung. Matimgei. Ngotimeche inai mising, ibirwech simet eng namba 0719-233-233. Sensei College. My skills, my future.
Kimitei akobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei, kibaibaitkei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.castv.co.ke.
Kotitinye ng'oliot age tugul kotinygei ak tetutik chok, sirwech sirutiet en oretab email konyo info@castfm.co.ke anan ko SMS en namba 5552 anan ko 30552 ak imwawech kit neichome ak nemechome.
Cast TV, kimnotet nai.
Order number 79, which says that if MCS insist that they want to vote by roll call, then the speaker has no choice, provided there is somebody who has objected and is supported by more than 5 people, is supported by up to 5 people. In this case, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have invited your attention to the fact that there were 18 people who are opposed to this style of voting and wanted a roll call voting. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is our argument that the only reason why the Speaker defied the provisions of Standing Order number 79 is because there was intention to fraudulently misrepresent the votes that were cast by the MCS. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Wanyama, it is said that this system was secure. And that point is buttressed by the affidavit by the IT expert that my learned friend, Mr. Ongoya, has repeatedly made reference to. And one of the things then that come up for your consideration in our preliminary objection is this. Can we determine for a fact that the 4 MCS who say they didn't vote indeed voted? And Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my submission that the only way we can determine that is to determine whether the link was sent to that respective MCA and that MCA specifically voted using his number that the link was sent to. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you will see from the audit logs that the audit log does not indicate anywhere the numbers to which the link was sent, nor the IP address of the devices that were sent. And therefore, it goes into the question of the scheme to manipulate these votes. The inverse of that, and the only way that the county could possibly say that they have an absolute answer to the question of whether or not the votes were manipulated, is if they could demonstrate that indeed the link was sent to an individual and that the IP address of that phone gadget was the one that cast those votes. Mr. Speaker, sir, to the extent that the audit report brought to you avoids by design to give you that information, Mr. Speaker, sir, we say creates a doubt in your mind. In closing my part of my submission as I hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is our argument, that indeed there was no voting, and therefore the threshold of 2/3 was not achieved. But as a rider to that argument, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, it is our argument that even if, as my learned friend says, there is a possibility that this system was okay, if there is doubt in your minds that indeed this system might not have been foolproof, If there's doubt, that is enough reason for you to decline entertaining and determining this motion. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, we pray that you reject this motion on the basis that you are not satisfied that indeed there was a motion that was properly considered, that it was properly voted for, and that the purpose that there were 33 MCAs supporting the motion has been achieved. That's all, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will stick to the time. Yes, in quick rebuttal, I would like to invite the honourable senators to look at the governor's response at page 113. My colleague, Mr. Ngoya, talked about one MCA. That's the governor's response, page 113. The governor's response, volume 1, at page 113. The governor's response, volume 1, at page 113, because ultimately for the Senate to determine that the motion is properly before it, it must be satisfied on the threshold. From the 47 MCAs in the county assembly, at least the threshold requires that 32 of them vote in favor of the impeachment motion. Now, at page 113, it is true what Mr. Ongoya has said, that one MCA has sworn an affidavit. Principally, they jumped ship, swore an affidavit saying that they didn't meant what they said. But there are 17 other MCAs who have evidence in support of the PO at page 113. 17 MCAs. Ultimately, this is a process that follows the law. The Constitution is the Senate is a house of record, house that follows the Constitution, follows the law and the standing orders, and looks and listens to the evidence. So, what is the evidence that I am showing you here? At page 115 is the evidence of 17 MCAs who have said they never supported the motion. So, what does it mean? Do we have contrary evidence to rebut the cogent allegations by these 17 MCAs? If you do a quick calculation, minus 47, minus the 17 from 47, how many numbers do we have? We have 30. Does 30 meet the threshold in section 33, 2 of the County Government Act? The answer is definitely not. Do we need to wait for this question to be subjected to trial the way Mr. Ongoya has invited? The answer is no. The evidence is before the Senate to determine the issue. What about the logs? We are relying on the logs given to us by the County Assembly. They are the ones with access to the system. They printed it out and submitted to the Senate. We are simply relying on it, and we have pointed out more than 10 mistakes on the logs. Why can't they just do impeachment on the right thing? Why are they hiding in technology, trying to manipulate the votes for purposes of achieving an objective which the Constitution requires a very high threshold? Just to finish, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have also audio evidence, KB1, which we request that when you retire, you can have opportunity to look at it. That is KB1. It just fortifies it fortifies this fundamental point that we have a problem on this matter that is before the Senate at a threshold question. One of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, sir, asking if we can play the audio. We have time for the audio. With your permission, can we play it?
Proceed. You have 2 minutes to do that. The Senate will rise at exactly 1:15.
Yes, we are requesting that KB1 be played. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, subject to your guidance, I'm just wondering whether introduction of new evidence in this matter, I'll be able to respond to it, because that's now new evidence.
It is part of the bundle. Yes. It's part of the evidence that is already on record.
Because we can't comment on it once they have played it, but we could have commented on it, Mr. Speaker. If they had played it earlier, then we can comment in our response.
Just proceed and play the video.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we request for the KB1 to be played by the ICT staff.
We urge more counties to do their own ERP system just the way we are doing. It is something that has made the county work efficiently in terms of their elections.
Don't waste time. You're giving the out of the country, Wendy.
Your Honor, the screens, Mr. Speaker said the screens are off. There was a transcript. Yeah.
Don't waste time. You're giving the out of the country, Wendy. Is ready. Ona mwanachi, mamaja wa itu tuna yangi male posters iza merawe azana koro. Kifutani ejina bread sign and affidavit ko rone agi bet. In fact, oda muja jengone 200,000 agi wekabuza.
Oja wakso.
Imaje anaiwendi.
Jawa kaki muta bidati agi birba ko Dubai. Bari ki wolo ofori na mugimo.
Dubai muti mache gani ma muje cho.
Ami resap kabisa kimi ak lo kyukwe.
Mache ngero yawe. Na ge ma cho. Kale si. Kaza ngibe. Na mora. Oya jabruz kura otiana.
Go biru angure?
I'm using it because of you.
But who ran you? Yeah?
I don't go in to governors.
Yeah? Yeah. Come on, Rurun. Yeah, thank you, bro. Come on, Lini.
You are defending a governor, the give Sarta.
Isn't it the other?
Yeah, we have that. I don't believe it is. I never lived no aggravated Javlang. We get to go on very job. I guess when I was the cover.
Time is up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
I'm afraid
thank you very much.
Transact beyond 1:15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, Honorable Senate, just take a seat. Take a seat. Take a seat. I will deliver my ruling at exactly 2:30 today on the matters that have been raised. Senate, arise. Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15 p.m. time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 27th of August 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
Kenya, Twende Mbele, NCBA, go for it.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi would not be in this situation.
Oh, so na wewe ndo the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendele kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job sting. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matubia?
I'm priceless, trust me.
I I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Eng kila ko somok kasi koitun tetutiet nebo mungaret ak bandab tai eng ketesiet nebo Kass TV kong'ete sait agenge agoi sait 3 nebo kemboi.
Mache kong'et biikab bororiet kochigil kandoit nekwe asimasibisas.
Katorchinetab kei nebo tetutioni ko konetin tuguk chetesetai eng emet cheboto mungaret ak polotet koboto tetutik chebo bandab tai amu kitepse ng'amotik ak kandoik.
Kemeche kemwochi bororietab kolenjin kelenjin ongoba vijana TVET ngochut vijana National Polytechnics akonetkei courses che aligned to the trade and a market nemakat akekany keboisien opportunity nakitinye koba sang.
Shadrach, it is unfortunate kele the same thing nikiai Uhuru Kenyatta ku kiayak with this same regime.
Amuni kole chito Al-Shabaab akonyo ko order ngebar biik mut chekakimwong metoe akebir transfer. What is that? Asikarik chekamwoke bichu amun asikarindet konyolu koboisien metinyi konai kole ngotot kileon shuten chicho unarmed ma-armed chichi konyolu ashuten.
So amache osom amwochi biik chokolenji kiyoe kou ortinwek chon kikemwa kele kimoche keyai airstrip nombo Bomet nebo Kerenga neketebe ko tugul kobeku en nguni.
Megany kosirin tetutiet nebo mungaret ak bandab tai kila ko somok kasi koibun Shadrach Mutai eng Kass TV.
Silosu kila Jumatatu agoi komut kasi otochi na sikobit kenyoru tienwogik chotok cheiberurech.
Mountain Jehovah Sabiuten Israel
tienwogik chelelachen.
Tinye Jeiso tuguk chechang sominende sikokoni mogoriot kiptayanden yo mogoriot nebo mogo
tienwogik chebo kwaya tiendo neisomchinige tiendab TBT chutak tugul inyoru eng tetutiet nebo ilosu sikekas kong'ololwech Jehova kobun tienwogik. Ane Lea Kemboi Komen.
Chamgejitab Kalenjin itagat eng logoiwekab emet chebo Kass TV kiguren Jacqueline Arusei akokoito samutik meng'ikab komosta nebo Huruma eng taonitab Eldoret koityi kandoikab emoni koro kole kachengchi boisionik neranik asikobit koistoegei boisionik chemaititotin cheboto boisietab kerichekab bokitet ak tetetab kambakosiek. Some icheket kobit panganutik chemiach cheboto tetutikab redioshek cheikochin icheket manyor kasartab kasubetab biik chematinye panganutik chemiach. Kinyoru report kobun Isaac Ogei.
Kosubkei ak meng'ichotok bunu komosta nebo Huruma eng taonitab Eldoret, kondochin David Njuguna komwoe kole asikobit kimukta neranik koistoegei yautik chemokororonen cheboto cholwong'natet ak boisietab kerichekab bokitet konyolu eng kandoikab emoni kochengchi icheket boisionik anan ko urerioshek cheimutu eng kibagenge.
Tumekaa tukaangalia tukaona ile shida kubwa iko hapa ni ile kukaa bila kazi ya hii vijana. ndio wakikaa pale wanaitana kakundi, wanaanza kubaga ile mambo yenye wanaweza yoyote tu wanaweza fanya mbaya. Lakini sisi tukaona tukikaa chini hapa tuombe hii vijana wapate kakitu wanaweza kuwa akifanya awe akiangalia masaa ile itafika jua naenda kwa kiwaja, hawezi enda kurusha mawe kwa mtu. Ndio tumekaa tukasema tuje hapa tuongee, ndio tuwahimize wakati wanafanya hii tabia baya, hawajui wanafanyia nani. Juu wakati unarusha mawe hujui kama unarushia ndugu yako, dada yako. Juu tushaigiana kabila zote, hakuna kabila unasema ati huyu hajaoreka huku ama hajaoreka huku. Sisi tumeigiana kama nyumba moja. Sasa ndio tumekuja hapa kuomba hii vijana wetu wakipata kitu na wakuu wakivuzavuza hii maneno watakosa kwenda kwa hii tabia bovu hii, watakuwa kigoja wasikie vile sisi tunatoa maida yetu.
Mwae icheket kole kasarwek chechang komiten neranik amo eng boisionik alak tugul, kit noton neikochin icheket kosich kasartab yautik chotok chemoititotin.
Sisi kama wazazi wao tukue kila mzazi jioni akifika nyumbani anaita watu yake watoto yake yote, anawahimiza hii maneno tunaongelea hapa. Awavuse tu aonyeshe wakati unarusha moyo unarushia ndugu yako, dada yako, semeji yako, juu hakuna bahari hatuko. Ukienda Kabedo, ukienda wapi, kila bahari tuko. Sasa ndio tumekuja kuomba hapa siku ya leo. Wazazi, hata kama kweli kuna mashida, tujue hata hii mtoto akienda kufanya tabia baya ni shida. Utavute tu kanavazi kidogo tu unauliza kijana leo umeshidaje? Juu sasa kitu yenye imeshagia sana hii maneno yote ni hiyo tu ya kukosa kujadiliana kwa boma. Jioni ukifika ita hiyo watu ujue kila mtu ameshida namna gani. Ndio utajua huyu anaenda kobo ama anaenda mzuri. Sababu maisha yetu inaonekana imebuguka sana kwa boma. Ningeomba wazazi kwanza wachagie zaidi kuongea na watoto. Kuwahimiza, ukienda hivi utapata hivi, ukienda hivi utapata hivi, wataelewa. Sio ati ni watu wataelewa kabisa. Hiyo tu ndio ningechagia tu kuomba.
Some icheket president noton nebo emoni ngot komukoksei kochengchi oret noton neituitos icheket kobun ureriosiek anan ko katuiyetabgei noton nebo boisionikab kibagenge.
Tungeomba His Excellency Rais wetu ambaye wetu wa Kenya atutafutie tu kikombe ambaye inaitanishwa na jina yake, ili ndio vijana tukiwapea hiyo kikombe wakienda kucheza huko wesi enda uwaje ukiwa umelewa, utaeja ukiwa huko soba. Sasa ningeomba hiyo jambo. Jambo lingine, mimi ni mkaaji wa Sinigishu na sisi saa hii hapa tumeshikana, hakuna kusema huyu ama huyu ama huyu.
Bitunit kasarta noton nekokotestai kosimchi neranik chotok chebo Gen Z, serikalitab emoni kochengchi icheket boisionik. Kong'eteke taunetab Eldoret eng county nebo Uasin Gishu, logoiwekab emet chebo Kass, kainenyu ko Isaac Kogei.
Kakobarasta benkitab Old Mutual walutik chebo kasartab arawek somok chetai chebo kenyitab mung'aret nebo kenyitab 2025. Kaibarasta walutik chebo silingishek million 388 ak buch kotomo keyat aisurusiek kaitet nemite barak ngekerchin ak kenyitab mung'aret nebo kenyitab 2024. Kamwa ofisat neo eng Old Mutual kole takchingei koker kole kaimuch kosuldae tetutik cheterter cheboto kanabtaetab boisietab muswoknatetab kasari oret agenge nebo koityi customaekchik.
The first half of the year has been a little bit challenging from a macro point of view in the key markets that we operate, particularly in Kenya. We've seen the lower consumer disposable income has impacted the ability of customers to stay afloat with their policies. However, the overall result masks some very positive things around the results. In line with what we are seeing in the economy, savings are going up, and as a result, both our asset management businesses in Kenya and Uganda have experienced significant growth. Assets under management increased 64% year on year. Our life business in Kenya has performed very well. Operating profit has more than doubled year on year. Our general insurance business is going through a rebalancing of the portfolio. overweight medical, and we're rebalancing that with non-medical business. And as a result, we've seen a reduction in the gross written premium from the general insurance business.
As we were explaining during our investor presentation, the big thing has been the impact of falling interest rates on the economy. And it hits us in two areas. The first one, or let's say three areas. The first one is on the reinvestment of our assets. As you exit higher interest rates and get into lower interest rates, so there's a reinvestment risk there. That wasn't too significant. The second area it impacts us is on the valuation of our assets. So as our assets, as interest rates fall, our assets become a bit more valuable, and it depends on where those assets are on the yield curve. The third area, which has been the most significant area, is on the valuation of insurance liabilities. Now, because we have very long tail insurance liabilities, when interest rates fall, the impact, depending on the significance of the fall in interest rates, the impact on the valuation of liabilities can be significant. And we've seen that in this first half. We've seen a significant increase in the cost of our liabilities just because we are valuing them at much lower interest rates.
En kasarta netetat keyai by elections anan lewenisietab chamaitab UDA eng biik chotok wendi kobelchingei ng'echeretab Senate eng county nebo Baringo eng tarik 20 arawetab 9 kokakotestai komong'ei kandoik cheterter cheboto cabinet secretary Anne Cheptumo akomwa kole nyalu eng kandoik chotok kibelchingei ng'echeranatok koker kole kaimuch konyor kasubet kobun biikab emet ole kamwa kole eng inguni koma ikochin chi agetugul kandoindet kasubet kobate nyalu eng meng'ikab county nebo Baringo kolewen kandoindet nemakchingei.
I'm going to meet the MCA so that they tell me what is happening on the ground, especially as we move towards the election of the incoming senator. For the time being, I think I'm holding brief. And I'm holding brief until you give us, na wenye wanatoa kiongozi ni raia. Raia ndio wanajua who is the right person. So all the aspirants go to the ground. Pick a campaign, ongea na watu. If you have your wives, tell them to cook for the people. That's what I used to do. Mpaka kura ingie. Hakuna njia ingine. There is no shortcut.
Kila mtu wako na candidate yake. Si namna hiyo? Tufanye nominations ya chama kwa njia ya amani pia, na mwenye atashinda kwa nomination ya chama, so tunamsupport. Tukisupport rais ama namna gani? Kama sisi wote tuko kwa line hiyo, line tumalizie hii kitu nomination.
Mimi ni mmoja wao wale ambao wanaomba kiti ya Senate kupitia chama cha UDA. Kwa hivyo mimi nimekuja nyuma, lakini tuko pamoja.
Na mimi nikifaulu, Baringo imefaulu. Na Baringo imepata the best young and vibrant man mwenye atasaidia Baringo hii.
Jukumu langu kubwa nikiwa seneta wa jimbo hili la Baringo ni kuhakikisha vijana wetu wamepata kazi.
Kaiti gashinetul mutual lengi kibagenge tap Kenya Boda Boda Association agamunitab Rescue Encourage Insurance ag Rafiki Microfinance Bank de bago gachitujet ketiga boda boda kama ofisiat no eng life assurance all mutual Martin Karinjwa wole ako utsono togo ndigo toretingulo ketiga boda boda eng emetab Kenya.
Today we are here to launch a partnership between the Boda Boda Association, All Mutual, Rescue and Encourage. It is an insurance and emergency coverage solution and also has financing from Rafiki DTM. The solution is intended to cover the lives of Boda Boda people in a way that financially includes them in the society. So the cover is affordable. It will cover you if you're sick in hospital or have an accident. That's a primary cover. And there's a last expense cover as well in the event that unfortunately someone passes away. I think as All Mutual, our victory condition is to be a customer's first choice to sustain, grow and protect their prosperity. That means we're interested in the prosperity of all Kenyans, including the Boda Boda sector. So the purpose of us launching this solution is to ensure that they too have access to financial services. The Boda Boda sector is huge. Not only do they provide transport to individuals, but also a lot of the growth in e-commerce in this country has actually been enabled by the border riders who can pick something quickly and bring to whoever wants it, be it food, be it clothing, be electronics, etc. I suppose this is a first step in the partnership, and it opens up the door for more conversations. We want to have conversations about financial wellness. We want to have conversations about safety and physical wellness. So this is just a first step in that exercise. We're looking to partner with.
Here we've come up with a cover that has 3 solutions to the boda fraternity at a premium of 4,400 annually, whereby Rafiki is supposed to be financing that to be repaid in 2 months. We are supposed to give a hospital cash, a last expense fund, and also a rescue kind of assistance to the same. These are the key things that basically ail in this industry, whereby they cannot really afford to get a decent cover by their own income, so they need a financial in the space. Hence Rafiki coming into this partnership whereby we are saying we are ready, willing and able. But currently the cover covers the rider and the owners, so it's more of a personal kind of coverage that now may also extend to, do we also need to have a PSV cover that is going to come in place, subsidized in the nature of how we've also rolled out this. And as a financial institution, our obligation may not just stop at financial solutions. So at a CSR point of view, together with the association, with their national outfit, we may look at how we may bring road usage, and also how they may also have a broader kind of spectrum with partnerships, looking at NCA who are also in the room, looking at rescue also in the room. How can we also push over decent? Remember, it's not just a transport model. It's a source of life, it's an office for somebody. So we'll come up and discuss more ways that we can venture into to make it a broader spectrum in terms of tripartite agreements and solutions.
And lastly, why Old Mutual?
Old Mutual prides itself as a leader, especially in custom making some solution. It has been a long-standing partnership.
Hii cover itasaidia watu wetu wa bodaboda kwa sababu sekta ya bodaboda tumekuwa na changamoto mingi sana. Wakati mtu wetu anaumia, inakuwa ni ngumu hata yeye kusaidika in terms of kupata ambulance, na hata akifika hospitali inakuwa kwamba hawezi tibiwa sababu hana pesa kwa mfuko ya kwanza kumtibu, na hata akimaliza kutibiwa pia akienda nyumbani anaenda kuhangaika sababu hana chakula ya kukula, na hata pia wakati wa hospitali hana hiyo kitu kidogo ya kuweza kujimudu, sababu pia tunajaribu kuangalia wakati mtu wetu inaweza kwa hospitali nini anaweza kuwa anakula ama familia yake inaendelea kula wakati wako huko nyumbani. Hata ni kwamba hii cover imesikana na vitu mingi sana. Ya kwanza iko na training ya first aid. Hii first aid itasaidia watu wetu wa bodaboda kuweza kuelewa in case ukipata accident kwa barabara imefanyika, ni njia gani muhimu unaweza tumia kuweza kusaidia huyo mtu. Watu wetu wa bodaboda wanakuwa na roho mzuri ya kutaka kusaidia mtu kwa barabara amepata ajali, lakini hawana hizo skills. Unapata wanamwanda vibaya, huyo mtu anaumia, hata kama alikuwa hajaumia zaidi wanapata wamemvunja spinal cord. So this training itasaidia hao watu, na training ya bodaboda sababu tuko wengi. Kenya bodaboda zetu control over 1 million riders across the country, na Nairobi tuna control 45,000 riders, na pia kuna wale ambao hawajakuja kwa database yetu but ni members wetu. So tunaamini kwamba hii ni namba kubwa sana. Kama unaweza kuwa amepewa mafunzo fulani, inasaidia nchi, inasaidia jamii, na pia inasaidia wao wenyewe.
So naweza sema for the first time na feel tunaweza trust some other association ambazo zimecome into a partnership kusaidia wase wa bodaboda, because tukiangalia back then kumekuwa na insurance mingi sana, kumekuwa na trainings mingi sana, lakini watu wa pikipiki wamekuwa wasaidiki. Wakati mtu anapatikana na maybe accident, kitu ya kwanza anakuwa yeye ni suspect, just because maybe uko na rasta manini, na bora kwa ni Gen Z, kwa polisi unakuwa wewe ni suspect. Lakini sasa hizi naona kama venye bwana chama amesema na venye tumeambiwa hapo, kulingana na hizi trainings ambazo mmepanga kutupatia sisi kama wana bodaboda, message tutafikisha kwa wenzetu ambao hawajaweza kufika hapa.
Chitab kalenjin kakituk chotok kaimetab logoiwek chok chebo emet kakimuch keibun kong'ete studio nebo Kass TV. Kongoi mising ako Brendan kaikonech iker logoiwekab emet. Kikurenon Jacqueline Arusei ak amakon kit age tugul nemie.
Kote nchini mbele tuendelee, mbele Kenya twende mbele,
Kenya
tuendelee,
twende mbele.
NCBA. Go for it.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi will not be in this situation.
Oh, so now I'm the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendelee kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job, Steve. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matiga?
I'm priceless, trust me.
I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Eng kila kosomok kasi koitun tetutiet nebo mungaret ak bandab tai eng ketesiet nebo Kass TV kong'ete sait agenge agoi sait 3 nebo kemboi.
Mache kong'et biikab bororiet kochigil kandoit nekwe asimasibisas.
Katorchinetab kei nebo tetutioni ko konetin tuguk chetesetai eng emet cheboto mungaret ak polotet koboto tetutik chebo bandab tai amu kitepse ng'amotik ak kandoik.
Kemeche kemwochi bororietab kolenjin kelenjin ongoba vijana TVET ngochut vijana National Polytechnics akonetkei courses che aligned to the trade and a market nemakat akekany keboisien opportunity nakitinye koba sang.
Shadrack, it is unfortunate kele the same thing nikiai Uhuru Kenyatta ku kiayak with this same regime.
Amun ikole chito Al-Shabaab akonyo koodare ngebar biik mut chekakimwong metoi akebir transfer. What is that? Asikarik chekamwoke bichu amun asikarindet konyolu koboisien metinyi konai kole ngotot kileon shuten chicho unarmed ma-armed chichi konyolu ashuten.
So amache asom amwochi biik kolenji kiyoe kou ortinwek chon kikemwa kele kimoche keyai airstrip nombo Bomet nebo Kerengani ketebe ko tugul kobeku en nguni.
Megany kosirin tetutiet nebo mungaret ak bandab tai kila kosomok kasi koibun Shadrack Mutai eng Kass TV.
Omite nano nene testai ngolombo nyumbani. Karibuni sana.
Okay, chitap kalenjin witugul olimini kotetutietab leneme.
Gazetishek tugul kosoma gazeti nebo Daily Nation, gazeti nebo The Standard, gazeti nebo The Star nebo betutab rani kekas kele mwaine.
Boaz Kemboy Triza Cheroro
Yamaja Jehovah Gongo Mugaga Jimmy Fichugier Kuno Kokabga tugul ingemwa chito lu matiange kokomite serikali noi.
The easiest thing ko kiatakan serikali anan anybody in the serikali anan anybody in the leadership whether co-elected and not co-appointed. It is the easiest thing to do because you don't need to explain.
Kingo jo serikali ni ko toyogit ne gure presidential working party on education reform. Kianyon analysis ngeme tugul gele yune ngalekab elimu. Omu elimu ko negit ko the engine.
Siasa sinye kumagarga goingu. Siasa ko lazima itinye sababu kila. Yenyete ngoimen katika biashara. Katika biashara na yae. Yani lazima ile kakialda gani nena stock na maji Mutai. Next week komuch kuputia sukari you know.
Boaz Kemboy Triza Cheroro
Isitai activate tetutietab lene emet eng Kass FM International. Kass FM International.
We are in this journey together.
Kamwa kole kibunu shida kidogo kidogo ak kwanda netai lakini nibore isub Jackie magoi inam kora mat age kotomo imis netai. So chichon koron ko kyagere koron kole kikaiga koron ko fixen the family koron nebo the first lady.
Magoi I neglect and family ne mara kyo nome twan engwe. Mara kyo soleni twan onome life from zero Koron mara kabir rabinik ngele ngobir rabinik kidogo kidogo kobitu kiburi family. Ko mara kabirta kot boyot mara ngobare kole chepyoset ngeboisien kouni rabinik kokose boyot kole ne chechuk rabinik mamu.
Muren akatugul nekawon kwondo netaa. Nekawon kwondo netaa anan nekotoyo kwondo netaa sinyokotoo kwondo nebo oeng. Inai ile koimutik konyilen oeng chukoche.
Yon itinye chi kama msanii ne mara imi relationship inibarte kora ko sawa iniuny ko sawa. So inibarte kora ko makinai kele batinye kwondo man werikano ke respecteren en yon itinye family. Kit nebo maana koron man ko family.
Tinye chito nechome tiendo ako tom koker nekitieni ko makit ne rahisi. Amoche alesi abe kichu kongoi bichu.
Itilechini kora ara ngumi biik cheboibochini tienwogik tachuket. So hiyo ndio ikanibush mpaka mahali nimefika.
Kibunu gayoga chango masyeptile kosisyo torit kikose ketumdo nyanoya.
Tetutiet nelel nebo Kaskasari ko tetutiet naibun kila Jumamos en Goleb Kass TV ak Kass FM International. Nagere kichonale kamuch akonin tienwogik che moto missing, yani tienwogik chebo tienik chok. Komita kora tienwogik chebo East Africa kou bongo.
Akitoka mama anafuata mpenzi ambaye ndo wewe.
Kutimita kora chebo South Africa kidogo. Iker kichon ile kotuye ak anendet Cheroti Tochi kila Jumamos kong'etkei sait 4 nebo karon ako sait 7 ak kebeberiat. Ker kichongon ile mekosan sababu itakuwa moto sana.
Kuja. Unasema nini? Ana unuga lo magitinye ki. Amoga meteni mani. Anya mama ne kingalalwa kolecho. Akona kurchi nyita 2000 malot. Ko uitebi nga the whole day ama migi neye. Wenda chukua 2000 leta nyumbani.
Ile ni ramba fori. Ile ni ramba fori. Girl, when you see my tank my prayer. Kolecho na tilgo nanji.
Ngalekab time zone, ngalekab ne ko juice kumen. Kienda ju ausi akirudi. Nikaenda show kesho yake. Hata mtu mmoja hata akona nyalmi alicheka. Chabire joke kule one. Miju, sabari bude, kale gere sabari bude. So tukapiga script fulani tu ya siasa. Unaona venye wanasiasa wanakuja kwa ground. Nyuko na kiekundu ako rubai. Sasa hiyo wamepitia barabara mbaya but notice because wako na gari kubwa. So kesho kwenda ni una ikatrend. Hii ilienda.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi will not be in this situation.
Oh, so na wewe ndo the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendelee kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job. One job, Steve. You're stupid.
who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matubia?
I'm priceless, trust me.
I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Faster speeds, safe and secure. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Eng kila kosomok kasi koitun tetutiet nebo mung'aret ak bandab tai eng ketesiet nebo Kass TV kong'ete sait 1 agoi sait 3 nebo kemboi.
Mache kong'et biikab bororiet kochigil kandoit nekwe asimasibisas.
Katorchinetabgei nebo tetutioni ko konetin tuguk chetesetai eng emet cheboto mung'aret ak polotet koboto tetutik chebo bandab tai amu kitepse ng'amotik ak kandoik.
Kemeche kemwochi bororietab kolenjin kelenjin ongoba vijana TVET, ngochut vijana National Polytechnics akonetkei courses che aligned to the trade and market nemakat akekany keboisien opportunity nakitinye koba sang.
Shadrack, it is unfortunate kele the same thing nikiai Uhuru Kenyatta ko kiayak with this same regime.
Amuni kole chito Al-Shabaab akonyo koodare ngebar biik mut chekakimwong metoi akebir transfer. What is that? Asikarik chekamwoke bichu chika amun asikarindet konyolu koboisien metinyi konai kole ngotot kileon shuten chicho unarmed ma-armed chichi konyolu ashuten.
So amache osom amwochi biik kolenji kiyoe kou ortinwek chon kikemwa kele kimache keyai airstrip nombo Bomet nebo Kerengani ketebe ko tugul kobeku en nguni.
Megany kosirin tetutiet nebo mung'aret ak bandab tai kila kosomok kasi koibun Shadrack Mutai eng Kass TV.
Chitab kalenjin tetutiet konene tesetai extra. It's a weekend mangenale une ole mite ajaget kimite studio Nairobi Kass TV akamajale jin kiboiboen ako itagating tetutietab nene tesetai extra kigurena Jacqueline Aruse kimite kebeber channel talk nebo influencer of the week and content creator of the week ako amangwale ka uboiboji mix chebo betutab rani mix acting wagi chwa kichezani eng betutab rani is played and courtesy by one and only DJ Vicky Poset, yani Poset ne clear ako tomorrow. Ako mrembo, yani ni galdem. So, ngot kwa chaming ibwati ile labda DJs kichongon go big chemureni kama cha legend industry pia kotindoi wanawake bomba check up saki go bobe anengaleka DJing ako amejonge supporten kabisa DJ Vicky Poset ngitinye sherehe ngitinye an event mara itindai a restaurant or a club agimakchini ge DJ. This is the DJ to go to. Because you know what? Yani mix the ticket kabisa yani ka dancing studio. Hey. Kagolale na mat but amjale DJ Vicky mix yako ni kali. Tuna appreciate na uendelee kujikaza hivyo hivyo. So Vicky Poset itagating studio.
Asante.
Yeah, mix yako ni kali sana. You're doing a great job.
Kule nani amefungua jiwawa.
Ndo hiyo sasa. So, kimizike na hiyo journey because you are the first actually female DJ nekia interviewing since ninge kwa industry. I know there's so many people, in fact I get so many people tebe maswali kwa mejagona gole what does it take nini. So for you DJ Vicky, ki nami uya ngalekab DJing. Yeah.
First of all, kainenyu ko DJ Vicky Boset mwenyewe, kako Eldoret na Iberi. Nilianza this journey when I was high school.
Okay, before tuambie your journey, like kako na Iberi ano in Iberi?
Na Iberi uru, kapto mikoga.
Yotagoga?
Arkaderio.
Oh, okay. So ngaichota kichongon agatebin anyoru?
Unauliza tu kwa mama DJ kwa ano. Skanti. Mama nyuguren Skanti.
Oh, mama ni ungo DJ kora?
Ko chair lady.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. So, my way just your history, like, kinami o yung alega DJing, yeah.
Nilianza DJ nikiwa high school. I'm product of the Kapkenda Girls High School Elgeyo Marakwet.
Okay.
The entertainment industry kwa talent show, cultural day, I was being recognized ni kuwe DJ. So hapo ndo skills zikaanza. One of my best friends, I remember aliniambia, you can be a good MC or DJ. So nikaketi chini nikasema, leo rafiki yangu ameniambia hivyo, labda niko na influence mahali. So nikajituma pole pole. Unajua kitu wenye unapenda, inafanyika poa. So mimi huwa napenda muziki sana. Hadi nikihakikisha ufa kwa ploti, landlord anataka kunifukuza. Because I like music so much. So nikajituma pole pole, nikajipea jina ya DJ, practice kidogo kidogo. And when you want to know something, unaipenda, unalearn pole 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 hadi unajua. And through the support, my mom ni support wangu. Huwa ananipea hiyo time, go and practice. My encouragement one too, hadi penye nimefika size.
Wow. So unasema like ulianza kwa Kapkenda Girls. And probably mtu anajiuliza those days mulikuwa like na turntables ama how did you, and by the way, how did you reach that point when watu walikunotice na kujua like DJ Vicky anaweza fanya DJing, sisi tukiimba ama probably tukidance, time entertainment, you know?
Nilianza from scratch. Nilianza ku DJ kwa simu. Rhythm DJ ya simu pole pole. Kwa masherehe za home hizi, graduation, party ndogo ndogo, birthdays. Na simu nika upgrade kwa lapi kidogo. Nikajifunza turntable step by step. Then I study in Kibabii University. Hapo ndo wakanishika mkono. Wakisema they want their student to ajulikane huko nje. Hapo ndo wakanishika mkono kwa turntable. Nikajifunza kwa freshers night ya shule. Na campus night wananirecognize. Sasa hapo ndo kanipea motisha ya kuendelea.
So like how did it get to the point and you waliku recognize, because I know for watu wa recognize effort yako ama wajua kwamba wewe ni DJ, lazima there is a process yenye ulipitia to a point wakajua, oh wow, so you DJ, let's give you a chance, waone hivyo, and that's how you grow. So for you, how was it? Tunataka kujua hiyo story, like when ilifika to a point watu sasa kama campus wamejua hiyo Vicky Boset ko dem ni mnoma sana ingaleka DJ.
You know, ukitaka watu wakujue, wewe unajitokeza, unajionyesha. Na ukue mjuaji kierere hapo kidogo ndo watu wakujue. Like for example, nilikuwa shule Kibabii University. Kwa hizi interviews za media za shule, najitokeza nasema mimi ni DJ, munipe chance kidogo nijionyeshe. Na hapo ndo management ya shule ikajua, kuna dem na ni DJ. Even the dean of students alifurahi sana. Akasema, na wewe ni first year na anajua ku DJ.
So that's how they give you akakupa hiyo chance. Now for like ukiwa campus, because I know for DJing also it's a skill that lazima uende shule, because watu wengi maybe hawana report, like for you to be a DJ also you need to go to school, study mambo ya DJing ndio uendelee. So how was it for you, na ulianzia wapi mpaka penye uko sasa?
Anielezea more about DJing. Kaniambia it's better you go to school ndo ni sharpen my skills. Yes, nilikuwa najua ku DJ but kuna some things sikuwa najua one two about DJing. So ilikuwa better ya mimi kuenda shule ndo nijue ku DJ. Acha niambie marafiki yangu, that thing is not that hard. Ni wewe if you like something unajituma nayo. So mimi nilipenda hiyo kazi yangu nikajituma. Na kulani ilikuwa rahisi, hata sikuamini ni mimi nimeshika turntable. Kwanza nikiscratch hivi watu wanapiga nduru, wanashangaa.
Wow.
Yeah.
So far unaweza sema like DJing imekufunza nini like as you go?
DJ imenifunza kuishi na watu. You know, watu ni utajiri. Mi saizi I have so many friends. Even though sina hiyo pesa mingi, but I have friends. Hata nikisema wanisaidie, wanaweza nisaidia. Hata kununua hiyo turntable. Yeah.
Wow.
Imenifunza kuwa social na watu. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, since wewe ulianza kuwa in high school, right? Maybe I know because shule bado hazijafunguliwa na kuna wanafunzi wanakuwatch and probably they have that talent ya mambo ya entertainment kwa shule. What is it that you can tell them as DJ Vicky Bosset?
Mimi ningependa kuambia kwanza girl child. Siri ni kujituma, commitment. Kama hii Vicky Brilliance yenye sema. Ya girl child. Usikie na ufuate. Maybe utaekea mix yangu wasikie wenye wanasema ya wimbo ya Vicky Brilliance ya wababa kone. Siri ni kujituma, usitegemee pesa ya ma sponsors manini. Siri ni kujituma upate yako glow then. So kutafuta definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Then ukue na passion kwa kitu unafanya. Yeah.
Wow. So titap kalenjin go getting student betu tabrani gemite ak DJ Vicky Bosset. Inenda tiko DJ tebute galaktuko jotindai eng DJ Vicky Bosset. Amejeki tio obe Facebook page ne bane netisetai. India talk to bute take tukul netinda inenda asigetebe as we go. So Vicky nataka amchekebe maswali tu picture gere ya ku ngoma sta kwa Facebook. Mite V the Masti, hi Jackie. Msalame sana DJ Vicky Bosset na umwambie ako sawa sana. Tunaweza mpata wapi kwa social media, Facebook, TikTok and probably YouTube so that you can follow and also listen to her mix.
Thank you so much. Unaweza nipata kwa all social media platform at DJ Vicky Bosset official. Yeah. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, DJ Vicky Bosset official.
Okay. Yeah. Kuna Dan, hi Jackie, watching the show nikiwa Eldoret, mgote sana huyo DJ na umuulize mbona alijiita DJ Vicky Bosset?
Last year niliparticipate kwa Kalenjin Music Festival kwa category of DJ of the year. So nikajiita DJ Vicky. So watu wako wanashangaa huyu DJ Vicky nani, wakadhani ni mwanaume. That why sikupata votes. Na hiyo ilinidiscarded sana. So nikasema acha nibadilishe jina ndio at least watu wajue mimi ni Bosset mwenyewe. Yeah. So this year nitakuwa kwa race bado ya DJ of the year Kalenjin Music Festival. Na Orebo Ngonga amesema itafanyika Eldoret. So itakuwa favorable kwetu. Yeah.
So like your real names?
My real names is Victoria Koech.
Okay. Yeah. Sasa probably maybe Dan alikuwa anataka kujua nini ili inspire ukajiita maybe DJ Vicky and ukitafuta stage name yako ulikuwa una consider nini?
To avoid confusion. Na that Kalenjin accent ya Bosset. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Aya, Eric Bet Chesambai kalem watching you live. Kalem salamie sana DJ Vicky Bosset na umwambie ako sawa kabisa. Tunaweza pata wapi mix yake? Otherwise ajitahidi na atafika mbali.
Mix yangu unaweza pata YouTube at DJ Vicky Bosset official. Yeah, uko ndo wanaweka. Na kwa Audiomax. Yeah.
So picture domejo gaje support DJ Vicky Bosset. Over to YouTube, search on DJ Vicky Bosset official. Subscribe and go to my subscribe and go to give subscribe and kindly share as go much with pictures and that way ugage support DJ Vicky Bosset. I go through that at least go to setagi ne go leon ko lonye en industry ago testa go which mix che moto Collins msalami sana DJ Vicky Bosset na muulize what does it take to be a female DJ, and I know there are so many challenges. Kindly highlight so that we can learn.
First, it takes courage. Yani ujiaminie. Even though the industry iko na challenges mingi, inabidi ujiaminie you can do better than that. Yeah.
So kujiaminia unamaanisha nini? You just break it down so that for someone who is aspiring kuwa DJ aweze kuelewa na ajiprepare. Akiingia kwa hii industry anajua what it takes.
Kujiaminia unaweza, hata kama watu wanaona kujifunza turntable ni ngumu. But for me nilisema kama nataka kujua kitu lazima nijiaminie ndo nijue. Yeah.
Okay, so challenges?
Challenges ni mingi sana.
Wewe tuambie, kuna time.
Challenges number 1, mtu anataka akusaidie with benefits. For us kama mimi female DJ, nikiambia mtu so nitafutie gig kweli, nitafutie kazi, anataka kutumia na benefits zake, sijui mara hadi nikuoe, sijui nini, hadi inakuwa tough sana. Unajaribu ku give up, lakini hapana. Yeah.
So one of the things mnapitia kama female DJs is just they want to take advantage of you. Na sasa for you, ni nini keep going despite that challenge? Because najua ni one of the challenges yenye it's not easy.
First wanajua kuhandle watu kama hawa. You just assume them. Unatafuta mtu mwingine tena mwenye ako na good intentions, mwenye anaweza kusaidia.
Okay. Another challenge?
Hiyo ndo the main challenge.
Yeah, but tunataka kujua the challenge.
Challenge ya pili ni finances na marketing. Number 2 ni finances. Kama mimi bado ni upcoming, challenges za pesa ni mingi sana. Huwa na haya kuchukua turntable, laptop. Nikienda sherehe nikate pesa ya kuhaya na yenye nibakia, hiyo inakuwa challenge kubwa sana. Itakuwa kama hasara. Then number 3 ni marketing. Sina ule mtu naweza muita director kuni market. Nikiweza pata mtu mwenye anaweza ni market kama Probox, ndashukuru sana.
Mbona ume highlight Probox?
Huyo ndo role model wangu na DJ Mutai. Huwa nikitaka kufanya mix huwa nafuatilia hapo. Wakiweza nishika mkono, at least niingie kikundi yao ama nifike penye wamefika, tashukuru sana. Umesikia kuzo?
Ushaikutana na
bado. But I'm hoping soon takutana nao.
Okay, umongelea mambo ya finances as a challenge. You as a DJ, what are the equipments for the sake of people who are watching na maybe someone wants to help you? What are some of the equipments zenye uko nayo, and ni gani zenye probably uko na idea you'd want to buy if ukifanikiwa?
First niko na hard disk peke yake. Matinye laptop machine. Huwa na haya hizo. Imekuwa challenge kununua. But najua itajipa.
Uko na faith. Aya, Mutai Maina, Christopher Maina, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Poset na mwambie muulize uni anasomea nini, otherwise does DJing pay and how is that career?
Mimi nasomea walimu, anaitwa madam.
Ni subjects English?
English literature.
Okay.
Nang'ang'ana polepole, April nitakuwa namalizia.
Okay. So how do you balance between campus and DJing? Yes.
Kosi yetu si ngumu sana. So part time Friday, lesson inaisha Thursday. Friday hiyo weekend yote ni kujituma kwa DJ.
So ameuliza, does DJing pay?
Yeah, it pays. It pays though. Saa zingine ni charity but it pays. Jumi nakumbuka nimeenda event nikalipwa 200 peke yake. Na nimetumia transport 300. Unaona? Ni kujitolea tu sometimes. Volunteering hadi mtu aone unafanya kazi.
So are you looking to now ukimaliza campus utaendelea na stories za walimu ama na DJing ama what's your plan?
I like DJing so much. Maybe itajipanga huko mbele. but I like DJing.
You like DJing
Yeah.
so much, okay. Aya, kuna Shadrack, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Poset na mwambie ako sawa kabisa. Otherwise, ni support gani angetaka kutoka kwa sisi mafans?
Support number 1, natafuta mtu atanishika mkono, akuwe my director. At least ni grow hadi penye watu wamefikia. Number 2, nikipata any well wisher mwenye atanisaidia kununua hata laptop na machine, nitashukuru sana. At least nisikuwe nikihaya. Yeah.
So, our well wishers wakitaka kusupport wanakupataje?
They can find me through my phone number in 0790 041 382.
07
90 041 382. Yeah.
Inaleta jina nani?
Inaleta jina Victoria Koech.
Victoria Koech.
Yeah.
Aya, kuna Sky, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Boset kule. I'm a lady and I also want to be a DJ. Anaweza nisaidia aje? Otherwise, I always dream to become a female DJ.
Anaitwa nani?
Sky.
Oh, Sky, ningependa kukuadvise jitokeze, watu wakuone. Then ukuwe na your passion, unataka kujifunza. I am a volunteer here. Naweza kufunza step by step. Yeah.
Okay. Dominic, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Boset na muulize nani ni mentor wake and why?
My mentor in entertainment industry or
yeah.
My mentor in DJing industry ni DJ Mutai. Yeye ndio huwa anafuata skills zake, ma creativity yake, tactics ya DJ Mosmos. Hadi natamani nimfikie penye yako.
Wow. So like ni nini unapenda sana kwa mixes za DJ Mutai? Because I know kila DJ is unique in differently.
Transition.
What do you love most about DJ Mutai?
Napenda transition. Na vile ana scratch. Yeah, transition muhimu.
Okay.
Vile anasema later. Transition inaingia na poa.
Okay. Apart from DJ Mutai, probably there's any other maybe a lady artist nini DJ?
Yeah, kuna DJ Celesta, huyo ni Kenyan DJ. Yeah. Yeye ameniinspire. Nikasema hata mimi naweza kuwa kama yeye. Yeye ni a lady but amegrow hadi amekuwa international DJ. Yeah.
Okay. So you are looking at following his footsteps.
Yeah.
Okay. Aya, kuna MC Alandes, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Boset. Alisema yeye pia ni MC. Alianza lini story ya ku MC and how is it so far?
You know me, I like talking so much. Naweza kuwa kwa machine but nasikia ninyang'anye MC mic. Ni MC. Nafaa MC aseme ineno asemi. Nasikia nimnyang'anye mic niseme. So in high school venye nilikuambia nilianza kuwa MC kwanza. Before nikaribisha Mr. Sido wa perform, mimi ndo nawakaribisha. I like talking.
So like how do you manage the crowd? How do you manage the stage? Yes. And like ulilana aje? Because unajua this is something that you learn. You just don't wake up today na useme I want to be an MC.
Ni kitu iko kwa damu, then unaongeza na psych. I call myself Miss Vibes. Yeah. I like, napenda crowd ikikuwa na vibes sana. So hii kitu iko kwa damu. Nilianza kuongea ni kwa mdogo sana. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So kwa MC, ushai MC aside from high school, ushai MC pia, and how was it your first time after?
Nime MC kwa Western Region, kwa University Freshers Night na Campus Night. Yeah.
How was it?
The crowd wali enjoy sana. Nilipanda juu ya speaker huko kuongea, the people are so happy. Yeah.
Like the most memorable thing yenye ulifanya ama yenye ulisema ni nini? Like tunataka you take us to that day.
Yani mimi wanapenda crowd ikikuwa ina celebrate. Like for example, huku na huku kama mawimbi. Sasa hiyo crowd tu iko inafanya hivi, wanashangilia. Then DJ akuwe na tactics zake. Yeah.
So you as a DJ, because you're a DJ and at the same time you're an MC, unaona like for kama maybe DJ mwenye ana coach na MC ana coach, ni nini wanafaa kufanya so that the vibes iingiane na crowd ya watu? Because pia unajua kuna wale MC wenye wanaongea sana mpaka crowd inaboeka, ama kuna DJ mwenye ana scratch sana mpaka crowd inaboeka. So ni nini, what are the tactics zenye mtu anafaa kujifunza kama anataka kuingia in that line?
First of all, DJ na MC nafaa waelewane. Ndio DJ MC asikuwa anaongea kwa mambo yake, DJ ameweka wimbo zingine. Wanafaa waelewane. Kwa sababu wasipoelewana hiyo sherehe haina vibes at all. Then for MC haifai uongee sana. At least achia watu wasikie content ya wimbo. Yeah. Wajienjoy pole pole. Yeah. Then DJ inafaa ajue songs. You know you can go to an event. Sema umeenda event ya, let me use other tribes. Na ujui songs za hizo tribes. Hapo utakuwa umeleta down sherehe.
So lazima ujue
know the songs.
Okay.
The latest one uko nayo.
Okay. Haya. Kuna Delvis msalamia watching nikiwa Sete Kapkiai Tindiret Nandi County. Msalamia sana Vicky the DJ Boset mwenyewe na umwambie niko na sherehe, anaweza kuja ku MC na bado kumix kwa sherehe yangu na nitampata aje?
Antaka ni mix the same time, ni MC the same time. Maybe I can do one.
Okay. So if you are to ukiambiwa uchague ni gani unaweza fanya best?
I like DJing so much.
So tena na MC wako?
Tena na MC wangu.
Okay. So anauliza anaweza kupata aje?
Through my phone number or any my social media platform at DJ Vicky Boset Official.
Na phone number ulisema
ni 0790 041 382.
Okay. Aya, kuna Gloria msalamia sana DJ Vicky Boset na muulize kuna siku washai feel like giving up kwa stories za DJing, because najua pia industry haikuangi rahisi, and how did she manage to pull through despite all the challenges?
Wallahi, there's a day nilikuwa give up kabisa. I almost cried. Imagine I recorded 2 mixes. Ya 1 hour video mixes. Yeah. Na after recording I used a lot of money kurecord hizo videos. Kukomboa systems, kukomboa hizo machine nini. Alafu at the end my videographers walinicheza. Hawako nitumanisha video yangu. It's almost a month now. Sijaipata videos zangu.
Zilienda wapi? What
wanakata kusubmit kazi.
Initially what was the agreement? Because labda probably wewe haukuona agreement, that's why videos hazijakuwa submitted.
I cleared the payments, kila kitu. Basa shida ni submission.
So ulijaribu kucontact the videographer? Akasema
ni blue ticks, wengine wa pick call. Hadi nikasarenda hivyo tu.
Wow. So what has kept you going despite the fact that kuna mtu yana alikuwa anajaribu bring down kwa kazi yako?
Najua haters wako wengi, but mimi what keep me pushing ni ile najitakia mema. Nisema hata wakae na videos zangu, taenda kushoot ingine. Hata this Monday naenda kushoot ingine. Na videographer mwingine.
Wow. Aya, kuna well done anasema, have you ever faced backlash from social media and how did you handle it? Because sio kurahisi, especially kukua msanii, kukua DJ ama MC.
Obvious kuna watu na negative comments kila pale. Like mwingine alicomment, wewe ulishindwa kazi ya kufanya, si uachie Probox kazi zao. Because but nikashumu tu.
So how do you handle it?
Nikuashumu tu na ku press on.
Okay. So for someone like mwenye maybe ako in the same field na wewe na maybe anapitia challenges kama hizi zenye unasema, you as from the experience, what can you tell them?
I can tell them vitu zingine unaachia Mungu na una press on. Juu ukifuatana nao itakudiscourage. You know watu wanataka kuona ukirudi chini. Wataki kuona ukienda mbele. Sasa the solution ni unaachia Mungu na una proceed.
Okay. Kuna Eliud, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Poset mwenyewe, watching nikiwa Kinyozi Complex, Nandi County, tuko pamoja. I know being a female DJ is not easy. How did your parents take and your relatives? Because I know it's one of the careers that people get judged a lot. And how do you handle it?
First of all, my mom needs support. I live with my mom. My mom is my support system. Like huwa nikatazi kuenda ku-DJ. Hapo ndo ananishika mkono, sema kama yeye ananisupport lazima ni push on. Huwa ananiambia si nilikupea mkono, sasa tumia hiyo mkono utafute pesa. Like hata the last year during the Kalenjin Music Festival, yeye alikuwa anazunguka kila pahali anaambia vote for my daughter, vote for DJ Vicky.
Wow. How is your relationship with your mom?
We are like sisters. Mtu hatawezi jua. Like we are social to each other. Kama sisi ni my sisters.
So probably are you looking to maybe akwe your manager in future, ama what's your plan?
Lazima kwanza ni mtoe block. At least aone kazi ya mkono yangu. Lazima nimrudishie shukrani.
Why mbona unasema hivyo?
Kwa sababu amejituma sana. Like nitaka kwenda sherehe na sina transport, lazima anipe. Kama nimeshikika, lazima anisaidie.
Aya, kuna Sansi Digitizer, msalamie kabisa Vicky Poset mwenyewe, our DJ. Tunakupenda sana na tunafurahia kazi yako, keep going. Aya, kuna Festus Lagat, kalegatua kabisa Vicky Poset the DJ mwenyewe, na umuleze like in the next few years to come, where does she aspire to be and why?
I aspire to be an international DJ. Ni travel like akina DJ Nosh to Australia tour, Canada, UK. I know there are people abroad watching me. Natamani hata mimi ni support. Nikuje niwapigie sherehe huko siku moja.
Wow. So chitab Kalenjin go gereng student betu tabrani gemite agenge at DJ Vicky Poset mwenyewe ama DJ Vicky Poset official. Ago asame please onge subscribe anji her YouTube channel, onge follow in all her social platforms. Asige usugo much kwenye support. So amecheke nyuri longa yatuko ngete studio yegiwe genye gete style 1-on-1 gemite at DJ Vicky Poset mwenyewe.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi will not be in this situation.
So na wewe ndo the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendelee kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job Sting. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matuga?
I'm priceless, trust me. I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Welcome wherever you are. And Mamouche, room to shoot. He well and truly did. It's an opportunity. What a shot to Shado! Tarkowski! Scott's got to be careful. Bukayo Saka! But it's Salah, and that one delivers!
Never miss a play, home or away. Stream all Premier League games live on Showmax.
Kimitei agobo inye ago kimita siginetkei kibaibaitkei ak inoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.castv.co.ke.
Kotitinye ng'oliot age tugul kotinygei ak tetutik chok, sirwech sirutiet en oretab email konyo info@castfm.co.ke anan ko SMS en number 5552 anan ko 30552 ak imwawech kit neichome ak nemechome.
Cast TV, kimnotet nae.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi would not be in this situation.
Oh, so na wewe ndo the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendele kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job. One job, Steve. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matubia?
I'm priceless, trust me. I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Faster speeds, safe and secure. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Chitapalenzi Tisitai extra agorani in our influencer of the week and on social media influencer of the week and content creator of the week Kemitelane ak DJ Vicky Posset official ago yeye ni DJ mix mumepata leo kuka played by one and only baddest DJ in the game, that is DJ Vicky Posset official. Yeah. So kitisitage sama kicho please subscribe nji ha YouTube channel mara imezi mix ukitaka mix moto moto collections ziko hapo ndani ukichonga YouTube search DJ Vicky Posset official, subscribe on YouTube channel, go to my subscribe and go to subscribe and kindly share as go much YouTube channel. That way you guys supporting DJ Vicky Posset mwenyewe. So DJ Vicky Posset ketesetak ma questions watu wakiuliza. Kuna Marcos anasema msalimie sana DJ Vicky Posset official.
Msalimika.
Muulize kwa events, ni events gani anaweza DJ analipisha aje, otherwise tutamsupport na mwambie ajitahidi juu hustlers wako wengi sana kwa ground, especially watu wako na talent.
Mimi nikienda event, first of all I'm an all event DJ. Mimi sichagui wapi. Kama ni club nitaingia, kama ni sherehe nitaingia, kama ni corporate events, kama ni road show, birthday, baby showers, niko zote. So ina depend ni sherehe gani na the cost and the event inategemea. Like for example nikienda Kericho weddings, the list unaweza nipea ni 3 in list.
30k 40k.
3k 4k. The list.
Sasa 3k 4k
for DJ.
Na una hire machines, unabaki na nini na transport?
Hivyo ndo watu wananifinya for real.
Wanakufinya sana.
First MCs ndo anafinya DJ sana. MC anaweza pewa 20k but atapea DJ 2,000.
What?
Hapo ndo DJ wanaumia sana.
So you as a DJ unaweza mbia nini ma MC ama like watu wenye wanawapeanga kazi?
At least watu support kidogo. Watu make at least to feel tunafanya kazi. Like for example mimi naweza enda kazi na MC na nipe tao peke yake na nimekomboa machine, nimekomboa laptop. Ona hiyo ni hasara. Hata hiyo ina discourage mtu juu nasema hakuna kitu na gain. So huwa nachagua kwa MC sana juu wewe ndio utagawia DJ pesa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is
But me I want to be that DJ mwenye nitaitwa na mtu. Huyo mtu atatafuta DJ wake na atafute MC kuliko kutafuta MC na kuja na DJ.
Yeah.
I want to be that independent DJ.
Wow,
yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Aya, kuna Shale msalamia sana DJ Vicky Poset mwenyewe. Muulize ni event gani ashai mix enye hajaisahau hadi wa leo and how was the vibe? Otherwise baby girl, tunakupenda na tutakusupport all the way. Kindly share your number.
Oh, my number is 0790 041 382. The event ambayo nili mix hadi watu wakapiga nduru ni Kibabii University Kalenjin Night. Kina Tsunami walikuja, kina Sam Kista. Watu walikuwa na vibe hadi MC Tabuta alishangaa. Huku watu wame chamena ya bomore chametaska, watu walipiga nduru. Na sundurenyu achaminu sundurenyu nili scratch hadi watu wanapiga nduru.
Yani ilikuwa vibes on vibes.
Yeah, people are happy.
Wow. Aya, kuna
then I like ni my mix hadi nili mix kwa children's home. Nilikuwa nimeenda kuwafanyia fun day. Like the children came and surrounded me hadi nikasema hii ni love gani wananionyesha. Walikuja kunisurround hadi sina space ya ku DJ. Like they were so happy seeing a female person DJ.
Wow. Aya, kuna Eriko msalamie sana Vicky DJ Vicky Poset mwenyewe, namwambia ako sawa, ajitahidi na atafika mbali. Otherwise, kama mimi nataka kuwork with her, how can I get in touch with her?
Unaweza nipata through my social media platform at DJ Vicky Poset official, na kwa namba yangu ya simu nimesema 0790 041 382.
Okay.
For me, I'm not that kind of a person yenye nitakugrey. Mimi nimejaribu ku DM wasanii wengi, MC wengi, DJ wengi, but sijui shida inakuanga wapi, wana grey watu. But for me, I'm always that genuine person. Siwezi ku grey, nitakusikiza then tujue venye tutafanya kazi.
Okay, for you kwa industry ya DJ na the experience you've been through, ni nini maybe unaweza ambia ama, cause wengi nimewafanya interview, MC anasema mimi mtu akini contact niko ready ku work with you. But I don't know for you now with the experience you've had, ni nini unaweza ambia especially these big DJs and big MCs so that pia mkwe in sync, because at the end of the day ni talent. Unaweza kuwa uko chini but uko na hiyo talent.
Acha we MCs tusikize our my upcoming DJs and MCs. They need our support. Like for example, mimi mtu anaweza ni DM DJ Vicky, unisaidie hivi, ulianzaje DJ, unisaidie hivi. Siwezi mgrey, itabidi nimsikize. Ndio hata yeye agrow. Unajua ukitakia mtu mazuri, ndio hata wewe mazuri na kukujia. So tuwasikize. Tuache kukanyagia.
Oh wow. That's nice. Aya, kuna Jinam msalamie sana DJ Vicky na muuliza natoka size gani tafadhali. She single or taken? Otherwise I don't mind having a DJ baby.
Anaitwa nani?
Jinam.
Mimi natoka LD na Iberi. Saidi ya Uru inaitwa Kaptumi. Watu wa Arkaderu huko. Kaptumi ndo nyumbani. Ami soko bado.
Imi soko baby
Ami
girl.
soko.
Oh, nice. So ukiwa soko na wewe ni DJ hivi, how una handling aje hiyo pressure, because I know so many people want to talk to you, hiyo kusumbuliwa?
First kitu ilifanya nikuwe soko ni the person I had hakuwa anataka nifanye DJ, like so many insecurities. So nikaamua kuchoose DJ over him. Yeah.
Like alikuwa na insecurities gani hizo zilimsumbua?
Like mimi ni demo naenda sherehe usiku nini, you know that
pamoja.
You know that insecurities. Yeah, hawezi kuwa kama Baba Boys. anafuata Viki, hakuna.
Yeye alikataa.
Yeye alikataa.
Lakini mwenye atakuwa hivyo.
You know mimi siwezi penda mtu aniambia ati niache DJ. How naona hiyo ndio itanilisha.
So
I chose DJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So unless
kama atakubali niende sherehe, sawa, you can DM me.
Okay. Haya. Kuna Chepkirui, msalamie sana DJ Vicky Bosset mwenyewe na umwambie nafurahia mix zake sana. Otherwise mtu akitaka kupata mix anapata wapi, especially zile za Tumdo nazipenda sana.
First niko na latest Tumdo mix. Ya kina Sai Senge. Ni kina Katikomen, I have them. Unaweza ipata kwa Vidmet. Una download na hapo for easy one. Kuna Audio Max na kuna kwa YouTube. At DJ Vicky Bosset Official. Hapo ndo unaweza pata mix zangu. Kindly my fans, subscribe, download, you share, you like and you comment. Sindio?
Kabisa. Hadidla, msalame sana DJ Vicky Bosset mwenyewe. Kama niko na club na nataka akue resident DJ, is that possible ama kuna place anafanya? Otherwise, we will support you girl and you will grow. Utafika mbali sana.
Asante. For me, I'm open to any work. To a club, I'm open to it. For now, sina ile kazi yenye nasema inanilipa. Mimi nategemea hao ma MCs marafiki wangu wenye wananiita, Vicky, kuna kazi hapa kuja tuende. Sina that permanent work. Nikiweza pata that permanent work, najua hii itakuwa imebadilisha life yangu. Taweza kujirentia nyumba, kufanya nini, itakuwa the better.
Okay. Kuna Sharon, msalame sana baby girl, na mwombe tutamsupport mpaka mwisho. What's your comment to people wenye wanafanyanga events without the DJ? Ni nini unaweza waambia so that they always consider giving DJs opportunities?
Kwanza hiyo sherehe inafaa wa rewind. Kwenda kufanya sherehe bila DJ. Ukitaka sherehe yako iko poa, ongelesha committee wa sherehe. Committee ndo ata decide sherehe ikue mbaya ama ikue mzuri. Wakiamua kutoa pesa kwa hii entertainment, unajua mtu anaendanga sherehe kukula na kuona venye watu wana dance. Utaka sherehe yako ikuwe mzuri, kubali kutoa pesa ya DJ, ya PA na ya MC, ndio sherehe yako ikuwe poa. Yenye kila mtu atakuwa anaenda akisema sherehe ule ilikuwa poa sana. Wasikazie pesa, watu support, juu hata sisi tunategemea kama si hawa tu.
Okay. Kuna Ken STK, msalamie sana watching at niko Narok Jackie, please kindly ask DJ Vicky Bosset mwenyewe like anapanga something, apange kitu kama launch or meet and greet so that you can come support her, and through that she can be able to raise something for her to buy machines, because I know being a DJ na una haya equipment ni ngumu sana ku make it.
Nilikuwa nimeanzisha challenge kidogo ya kunisupport kwa entertainment industry ya kubuy machine na laptop. Ndio machine inataka 80 plus. Laptop tena 30 plus. Hiyo ni sime 150. Na ku raise hiyo inataka ukue na friends. So nilikuwa nimeanzisha. Iko in process. Maybe December nitafanya sherehe nyumbani. Ndio watu wakuje, wani support, waone kwetu, wajue penye natoka. Please hapo nitakuwa nimewatouch live na wataweza kunisupport.
Awesome. So like kwa wenye wataweza kukuja kukusupport na wameona kazi yako, because unajua DJ kuna kazi yake ni rahisi, unaangalia tu unasikiza tu mix na unajua DJ yako sawa mama yuko sawa. Wanaweza kusupport aje?
Wanaweza first kuna mix nilipost TikTok, ilienda viral. People like huyu ni Bosset mwenyewe, and they were so happy. Hapo ndio ilifanya nikaanzisha nini, kufanya challenging ya contributions. So it is ongoing. Ukitaka kuni support, you can just contact me ama kuni text kwa any of my social media platforms. Hapo ndio utanipata.
Wow. So DJ Vicky, ni nini unaweza ambia mafans wako, like venye nilikwambia unakuja Cast TV, ni nini unaweza ongelesha mafans wako na wanakuwatch leo?
Venye nilipost nakuja Cast TV, watu they were so amazing. Kwanza mtu congratulations. Hata watu wenyewe wako wananitakia wanasema tu congratulations. Na hapo nimeona imenifungulia the road to success.
Wow.
Wanasema malo sabon itajipa. Na naona inajipa. Once Ghost time is the best. Inajipa pole pole. Venye niliambia nakuja Cast TV, they were so. Kwanza kuna rafiki yangu, my number 1 supporter. Ako Taki anaitwa Sydney Lang. Huyo ndo number 1 supporter. Nikimwambia niko na hii, naona M-Pesa ishaingia. Vile nimwambia nakuja Cast, alini support mara moja.
Wow.
Sema nikifika huko ni wasalimie kabisa. Yeah. Na ningependa kuwa na supporters wengi kama hawa. Hao ndo wanafanya na grow pole pole. Wanani encourage nisi give up. Yeah.
So unaweza ambia nini like mafans wako sasa, mafans wa Vicky Bosset wote?
Wasi give up na mimi. Kama nimeenda wrong pahali wananiambia. Wanishike mkono tu.
Okay. Wow, watakushika. So like salamu, unataka kusalamia kina nani?
First ningependa kusalimia nyumbani Kaptomi, kina mama, kina Senge na kina anko. Then ningependa kusalimia familia my number 1 supporter Kaplang yenye iko Talgate, Lotonyok na Kapchebior. Nawapenda sana. Then Arkaderi group. Kwanza niko na mheshimiwa wananisaidia sana. Anaitwa Honorable Mark Kenny wa KU North. Wananisaidia sana. Na Honorable Saramalel wa Deputy Speaker wa Singisho County wananishika mkono. She is like a mother to me. Nasema asante sana. Then ningependa kusalamia my team yenye iko na Iberi. Nawapenda sana, wananishika mkono. Alafu ningependa kusahau Great Rift Students Association Kibabii University. Hao ndo wanapenda msichana wao aende mbele. Nawapenda sana. Yeah.
Wow.
Na all my fans wote asanteni sana.
Wow. So tutakwelenzini kugereng studio notoga DJ Vicky Bosset official mwenyewe agongemeje ikas yepti itananigas mixtape DJ Vicky Bosset mwenyewe iwende kicha YouTube search DJ Vicky Bosset official, subscribe hapo, watch, listen, share asigomoch kwa TV chajang that way ugai support DJ Vicky Bosset mwenyewe agora probably gaseti alzi umsupport anunue machine, nataka kununua turntables, nataka kununua laptop,
nimesahau brand nini
merchandise
brand.
Okay.
Wakini support sasa nikuwe na hoodie zangu, t-shirt zangu. At least nikienda event watu wananijua. Wasione tu huyu ni msichana, waone jina yangu.
Wow, awesome. So any support yenye mnaweza saidia DJ Vicky Bosset official ata appreciate kabisa. Otherwise amjama kwa kitagetuku na mie agona ule mixtape Betitabrani was played by one and only DJ Vicky Bosset official. Ukiwa na kazi, it's in a club, it's in a harusi, it's in a birthday, it's in any event, nimeje DJ, kindly consider DJ Vicky Bosset official. Atakuja atawabamba. Na umesikia amesema it's vibes on vibes. So events za Vicky
shere bila vibes hiyo ni matanga.
Ndio hiyo sasa. So hivyo ndio venye itakuwa. Otherwise amejama kwa weekend ganaran gegustigongola agogo wasani jugo kitinye tutaba moto. Bye.
Bye.
Faster speeds, safe and secure. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
For those of you around the world, welcome. So what time is that, babe?
instructions.
Hey, what was this?
1, 2, 3.
We are so excited to kick off this adventure with you guys.
Your time coming.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Visa makes it 1-1. Are you not entertained?
Never miss a moment, home or away. Stream all the Premier League and your favorite shows on Showmax.
Kimitei akobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei kibaibaitgei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.castv.co.ke.
Kotitinye ng'oliot age tugul kotinygei ak tetutik chok, sirwech sirutiet en oretab email konyo info@castfm.co.ke anan ko SMS en namba 55552 anan ko 30552 ak imwawech kit neichome ak nemechome.
Cast TV, kimnotet nai.
Big Team Records.
I want to be stairs, but I ain't it's a man. It's a man. It's a son. It's a son. kotambala chomyet akwa kobekole siye meramache chomyet kotambala chomyet akwa kobekole siye meramache chomyet koromaki chomyet tinangale chomyet meramache chomyet koromaki chomyet tinangale chomyet meramache chomyet
The governor will have survived. Allow me to hand over back to the Senate or for these live proceedings of the Senate. Good afternoon.
Ewe Mwenyezi
Faster speeds, safe and secure. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Kama ungekuwa strict kwa watoto wako, Fifi would not be in this situation.
Oh, so now we're the best person kabisa kumguide.
Ama nisonge kando muendele kuwana kama wajinga.
I gave you one job sting. You're stupid.
Who doesn't want to be around Jackie Matubia?
I'm priceless, trust me. I don't have to tell you, like, you have to treat me like a boss.
Communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, if you may recall, just before we went on a lunch break, there was a preliminary objection that was raised by the governor, which I undertook to deliver a ruling upon resumption, which is now. Now, honorable senators, on Monday, the 25th of August, 2025, as part of the bundle of documents submitted by the governor, pursuant to Rule 6 of Part 1 of the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, Messrs. Katwa Keegan, Katwa and Kemboy advocates, counsel for the governor sought leave to raise a preliminary objection to the hearing of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, setting out a number of grounds. At the start of the hearing today, counsel for the governor sought to be allowed to canvass the preliminary objection. In doing so, it became apparent that a number of the grounds that had been set out in the correspondence sent to the Senate on Monday, the 25th of August, 2025, were not urged before the Senate today, and therefore I need not make reference to them. As is well known, the impeachment process belongs to the parties. The parties are best placed to navigate their cases and the Senate can only make a determination on matters argued before it. It is for this reason that I stopped Council Elisha Ongoya for the County Assembly in his tracks when he sought to make reference to grounds of preliminary objection which the County Assembly, which the Governor had not prosecuted today before the Senate. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, the present communication is therefore limited to the preliminary objection as raised and canvassed before the Senate today prior to the adjournment for lunch. Now, Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, Counsel for the Governor made submissions contesting the voting that took place at the County Assembly of Kericho and urging that the Senate finds that the threshold of 2/3 of all members of the County Assembly in support of the impeachment motion was not achieved. In this regard, Council stated that of the 47 members of the County Assembly, 18 members did not vote, and that consequently, the records are submitted by the County Assembly were incorrect and even fraudulent. Now, Council Katakegan and Council Peter Wanyama made extensive arguments illustrating the inaccuracy of the technology deployed, including arguing variously that A, a number of members of the County Assembly voted more than once, B, persons other than members of the County Assembly and the administrator of the voting system could access the system, C, that contrary to the Kericho County Assembly standing orders, the system did not indicate the number of members who had abstained. D, the system did not have provision for voting by means of pressing a button as required by the standing orders. Instead, a link was sent to the phone numbers of the members. And lastly, the use of payroll and ID numbers as passwords could easily and was indeed compromised, and therefore the system was neither secure nor accurate. The thrust of the County Assembly's response to the preliminary objection raised was to urge the Senate to find that this was not a proper preliminary objection and consisted of mere sensational allegations. Council drew the attention of the Senate to the decision of the High Court in the matter of Governor Sonko, as he then was, in the High Court petition number E425 of 2020, in which similar contestations arose as between the County Assembly and the Governor on the number of members of the County Assembly of Nairobi who had voted in favor of the impeachment motion and whether the 2/3 threshold had been attained. In that case, the court held that in view of the contradictory evidence adduced by both parties, coupled with the lack of expert evidence, the court was unable to find that the 2/3 threshold had not been met. Council further stated that the matter in which the system works and whether the allegations made by the governor's side about the integrity of the system was sound was a matter of ICT experts who will be required to adduce evidence in support of the County Assembly's position or the governor's position, whichever. Arising from the preliminary issues canvassed, the following are the issues that require determination by the Senate. 1, whether the preliminary objection raised qualifies as a preliminary objection, properly so called, and whether, therefore, a determination must precede the further progress of the current impeachment process. And 2, if whether to the first issue is in the affirmative, then whether the voting on the impeachment motion in the County Assembly took place in accordance with the law, and whether the threshold required under Section 33(2) of the County Governments Act, Cap 265 of the laws of Kenya, was therefore made so as to qualify the continued progress of the present impeachment process. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, the question of what constitutes a preliminary objection was well set out in the leading case of Mukisha Biscuit Manufacturing Company Limited versus West End Distributors, contained in the 1969 EA at 696. And it states as follows. A preliminary objection consists of a point of law which has been pleaded or which arises by clear implication out of pleadings, and which, if argued as a preliminary point, may dispose of the suit. Examples are an objection to the jurisdiction of the court, or a plea of limitation, or a submission that the parties are bound by the contract giving rise to the suit to refer to the dispute to arbitration. A preliminary objection raises a pure point of law, which is argued on the assumption that all the facts pleaded by the other side are correct. It cannot be raised if any fact has to be ascertained or if what is sought is the exercise of judicial discretion. A preliminary objection does not need evidence to be adduced as proof of its existence. It is limited to points of law and cannot be raised if a fact has to be ascertained. Now, honorable senators and ladies and gentlemen, drawing from the decision in the Mukisha Biscuit case, the issue of whether the impeachment of the governor met the threshold required under Section 33(2) of the County Governments Act, Cap 265 of the laws of Kenya, is a factual question that is contested. The governor has raised questions on the manner and integrity of the voting process, which calls for the Senate to interrogate the documentation and pleadings presented before it by both the County Assembly and the Governor of Kericho. It is noteworthy that counsel for the governor, in their own submissions, repeatedly asserted that the contestation was based on the facts of what actually transpired. Indeed, the governor has called the 18 members of the County Assembly whose vote is contested as witnesses to these impeachment proceedings. No summary determination of this matter is possible without these witnesses taken to the stand to give evidence and being subjected to cross-examination in the usual manner. The factual question of the number of members of the County Assembly who voted for the impeachment motion is a matter that calls for determination by the Senate. The only way for the Senate to determine these questions is to receive evidence on the matter, evaluate the same, and make a finding one way or the other based on the preponderance of evidence. It is important to recall that the Senate did, on the 14th of October 2024, vote to uphold a preliminary objection raised by the governor of Kericho on the ground that the threshold required for removal of the governor from office by impeachment, provided for under Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 74 of the Standing Orders of the County Assembly of Kericho had not been met. In those proceedings, there was no dispute as to the fact that the documents submitted in evidence by the County Assembly included a list of 31 out of 47 members of the County Assembly of Kericho that had voted in favor of the motion for removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Governor of Kericho. The question for determination by the Senate in those impeachment proceedings was whether the two-thirds constitutional threshold was 31 or 32 members of the County Assembly. There was no dispute or contestation between the Governor and the County Assembly as to the following facts. A, the County Assembly of Kericho has 47 members, and B, only 31 members of the County Assembly voted in favor of the impeachment motion. The Senate, in those proceedings held on the 14th of October 2024, was only left with the task of determining the legal question as to whether the two-thirds constitutional threshold was 31 or 32 members of the County Assembly. That determination did not require the production of any evidence. On the 14th of October 2024, The Senate, by its vote, determined that the two-thirds threshold is 32. In the current impeachment proceedings, there is contestation between the governor and the county assembly as to the following facts. The members of the county assembly who voted in favor of the motion, and B, the transparency and integrity of the electronic voting platform deployed on the 14th of August 2025. This is not to say that the objection raised by the governor is not important. It is indeed fundamental. In fact, it is of great importance. It will set a very dangerous precedent if the Senate will be sent on a wild goose chase to conduct impeachment proceedings and vote on charges which are defective ab initio, and on the ground that no lawful impeachment was undertaken. It therefore means that the Senate must make a determination one way or the other whether the threshold for impeachment was met. The real question before us, therefore, is only the stage at which that question is mature for determination. I therefore rule that since this matter of fact requiring the adducing of evidence, it will be determined by hearing both parties and entertaining evidence that they have in respect thereof. This preliminary objection is accordingly disallowed for being premature at this stage. In light of the importance of the question, though, the Senate shall determine the disputed facts prior to making a determination on the impeachment charges. I therefore further rule that at the conclusion of the impeachment proceedings and prior to the voting on the charges, the Senate will pronounce itself on its finding on the matter of the threshold and whether it was met. In the event that the Senate finds that the two-thirds threshold of 32 members of County Assembly was not met, then the impeachment proceedings shall immediately determine, and the Senate shall now proceed to determine the impeachment charges. If, however, the Senate finds that the two-thirds threshold of 32 members of the County Assembly was met, that is, after hearing the evidence, then the Senate shall proceed to determine if the impeachment charges have been substantiated by voting thereon. The preliminary objection is therefore fails, as the same shall now be subsumed in the main hearing of the impeachment proceedings. It is so ordered. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, Governor of Kericho County.
Now we will proceed to hear the opening statement by the County Assembly. Thereafter, we will move to hear the opening statement by the Governor. Each party has 30 minutes to do that. Counsel for the County Assembly, you may now take to the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, distinguished senators. It gives me great pleasure before you on a matter involving a motion for the proposed removal of a governor from office by way of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, before I get into the pith and marrow of my opening statement, I'll begin by reflecting on the fact that coincidentally, today is the 27th day of August, the year 2025, and therefore today is 15 years to the hour from the day we had and gave to ourselves and to our future generations the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I also take note of the fact that in his recent presidential proclamation of August 27th as Katiba Day, His Excellency, the President noted that it is befitting for the people of Kenya to commemorate this day as a reminder of our collective duty to obey, preserve, protect, and implement the Constitution. I finish that observation by noting that that proclamation also observed that Katiba Day shall be observed throughout the territory of Kenya, including our diplomatic missions abroad, as the day dedicated to renewing our shared commitment to the ideals of our Constitution by fostering national dialogue on constitutionalism, governance, and the rule of law. The County Assembly of Kericho has, by instrument of this motion, caused this House to sit here today and engage in this conversation, this dialogue on constitutionalism, governance, and the rule of law through the prism of the county government of Kericho. It is in the place of an opening statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, to lay out the broad outline of one's case. And therefore, I wish to proceed by laying out the broad outline of the case of the County Assembly of Kericho. The case of the County Assembly of Kericho is that generally, once elected representatives like the governor now before you have some prescribed tenure in office, in our case, a 5-year tenure. But the case by the County Assembly of Kericho is that there is an unwritten word in that 5-year tenure, the words being a 5-year good behavior tenure. The County Assembly of Kericho have brought before you their governor, and they are telling you he is of bad behavior. They now wish to lay out the basis for their assertion that having observed their governor for slightly over 2 years that he has been in office, his conduct reveals bad behavior. The County Assembly of Kericho takes note of the fact that this House ordinarily summons county governors and county executives, and sometimes decries the rot in county governments. What the County Assembly of Kericho has done is that internally, through its standing committees and through its ad hoc committees, it has undertaken an oversight role of the county governor and his executive. So they have had a scientific method of approaching this matter. At the conclusion of their investigations through standing committees and ad hoc committees, the rot in the government of the governor now before you has come to the fore. They have therefore carried that rot to you as evidence of bad behavior and will be inviting you to consequently vote for the removal of this governor from office. How will they do that? For example, when the time will come, they will take you through payment vouchers for multiple transactions. Multiple transactions. And when you study those vouchers and their supporting documents, part of the data that you'll come across is found in volume 4D of the County Assembly's documents. So that, distinguished senators, when you look at volume 4D of the County Assembly's documents, you will see a summary of what various payment vouchers and other transactional documents reveal regarding the county government of Kericho. I'll give you a few examples. Evidence will show that a company called Mengro Products Limited was awarded a contract to maintain a bridge at a contract sum of 3,120,790 shillings. As is common with infrastructure contracts, there is a retention amount that is retained by the contracting party, the county government, for a defect period, which is 10%. When the vouchers are laid before you, 10% of 3,120,790, you will notice, is 312,079 shillings. And that is actually the amount that was prescribed in the contract, as the documents will show you. On 8th November 2021, before the governor in question came to office, that matter was settled, and Mengro Products Limited was paid 312,079 shillings in full and final payment of the retention amount. After this governor came to office, fictitious documents were created, new payment vouchers generated, and on 16th October 2024, during the tenure of this governor in office, Mengro Products Limited was paid 312,079 shillings, the same amount that had been paid in full and final settlement on 8th November 2021. You'll be glad that you will have the inspection reports that were supposed to support this voucher for this payment. And whereas this is a contract for the construction of a bridge, the inspection report will talk about how bushes were cleared. You will see that standard observation in all inspection reports to support this double payment. Somebody had a cut and paste observation in the inspection reports to support all these fictitious payments. That company, evidence will show, was given another contract to maintain a road that is specified in the evidence before you at a contract sum of 3,722,878. The retention amount was 372,287. That money was paid fully and finally on 1st April 2021, before this governor came into office. After he came into office, courtesy of creative accounting, fresh payment vouchers were generated. Fresh supporting documents were generated, and on 16th October 2024, an amount of 372,288, the same retention amount that I mentioned earlier, was paid afresh to the same company. Evidence will show, senators, that Mengro Products Limited, the same company, got another contract for construction of Lelsotet Bridge in Londiani Ward for a contract sum of 4,968,601. The retention amount, pursuant to that industry practice of having a retention figure, was 496,860. Vouchers and other supporting documents, which were obtained from the county executive through the county assembly's investigation committees, will show on 16th November 2021, before this governor came into office, the full retention amount was paid, 496,860. After this governor came into office, on 16th October 2024, the same amount, 496,860, was paid to Mengro Products Limited. In the course of this drafting, I sought to know whether somebody knows who is Mengro, because behind these companies are people. Unfortunately, I was working with people who don't work in the executive, so they could not put a face to who Mengro was. I hope at an appropriate time, this Senate will ask that question directly to those concerned, who is Mengro? Cherire Holdings Limited is a company that was granted a contract to construct a road in Soliat Ward at a contract sum of 4,530,360. The retention amount was 453,036. That money was fully paid during the term of this governor on 28th June 2024. Full amount paid. On 16th October 2024, 4 months later, fresh payment vouchers were generated, fresh supporting documents generated, and the same amount was paid to that same company, Kericho Holdings Limited, on 16th October 2024. To save time, you will find that in respect of another company called Spike Investment Limited, through which, by virtue of double payment of retention amounts, the county government of Kericho and the taxpayer lost 383,065 shillings. You will find that in respect of Green 80 Limited, by virtue of double payment of retention sums, the county government of Kericho and the Kenyan taxpayer lost 416,034 shillings. We'll find that in respect of Prospera Ventures Limited, where the taxpayer, through double payment of retention amounts, lost 423,000, my apologies, 756 shillings. We'll find that in respect of Bitworld Holdings Limited, where through double payment of retention amounts, the taxpayer lost 565,278 shillings. You'll find that in Afriscape Limited, in respect of Afriscape Limited, Rolly Ventures Limited, twice. We are saying this, distinguished senators, unlike in the past where people have come here with generalized allegations on misappropriation of funds, the County Assembly of Kericho has meticulously compiled vouchers pointing to each of these transactions. When you go to page 3 of that same volume, you'll find another scheme of double payment of retention amounts. This involves companies like Prospera Ventures Limited, Breray Limited, Bitworld Holdings Limited, Green 80 Limited, twice, Kericho Holdings Limited, twice, and Spike Ventures Limited. At page 4 of that volume, the County Assembly has tabulated for you the full losses amounting to 8,432,182.60. My clients instructed me that if this was one isolated transaction, they possibly would have thought of excusing the governor. The multiplicity of these transactions show either a governor who is not in charge of this county or who is complicit in these ills, and they'll be accordingly asking you to hold that governor to account. While at it, I will beseech the technical team to give you a sneak preview of what you will see in evidence through playing video number KCA V11. KCA V11, which will demonstrate to you another element of high-handedness on the part of this governor. You may pause there. The person whose gumboots you last saw on the screen is the governor before you. That is somebody's private property. He is demolishing it to begin using it as a dumping site without any of the title documents of that citizen. And the county assembly is saying, we are not bringing here rumors. A court of law has sat and has established that the governor has violated that citizen's right to a clean and healthful environment and has directed this governor to take remedial measures. You will find that judgment in volume number 4B at 193. That will be the judgment of the court. Quite literally, distinguished senators, this is a governor who has taken impunity in his own hands. Evidence will show you that this incident of impunity was undertaken on his second day in office. When that video will be played, you will hear him announcing loudly, there is a new sheriff in town. That's what you'll hear when the evidence. We are making out a case, distinguished senators, that this is not a wild goose chase. This is a case founded on solid, tangible, visible evidence and evidence that can be felt by our senses that is properly documented. Distinguished senators, we all remember the infamous Londiani accident caused and subjected to abrupt death and injury multiple citizens of this country. The national government made its own contribution to the victims of that accident. The county governor, now before you, collected money, 14 million, to help those victims. In his public statements, and you'll see that in a number of videos, I will not play them down in the rest of time, where he's publicly stating that all this money is money for the victims. At the end of it all, this million shillings, just slightly above 4 million shillings, ended up to the victims. More than 9 million shillings under the watch of this governor by his officers, led by his then county secretary. At volume 4B, pages 82 to 83, you will see the minutes that the county secretary presented to the ad hoc committee of the county assembly trying to cover up for that theft. When you look at the report, of committee of the Kericho County Assembly investigating this matter, you will be told 100,000 shillings was paid to the pastor who prayed at the function where we were collecting that money itself. You'll be told to facilitate him to move around in that respect. You will see millions of shillings that will be accounted for as money for tents. And I was telling my clients, I wish we were told that these are tents that are set up in the funerals to help people mourn. No, these were funerals set up at hotel establishments for bureaucrats to meet and eat lunch, and the evidence will show you how that was. And we are saying this is evidence of bad behavior. That if there is a learning and teaching aid on bad behavior for removal of governor, this is the one. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I can't see the time properly. How many minutes do I still have?
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. My eyes, I think I need to see an ophthalmologist very soon. There is another scandal, Honorable Mr. Speaker and distinguished senators. If the technical team can show us the exhibit at page 14 of volume 6A, if the technical team can show us the exhibit at page 14 of volume 6A, if they can, I'll appreciate. If they won't, then I'll just be able to ask you to look at your volumes. Page 14. If you look at that bundle, you will see some motor box with some speakers mounted on it at the background. Volume 6A of the County Assembly's documents, soft copy of colored photographs contain a flash disk, but volume 6A, at page 14, you will see people meeting there, and I have two explanations to give, or two evidence will show you. A motor vehicle there, and this was a public participation event to settle squatters, a public participation settlement of squatters. Those two speakers mounted there for a one-day event that took 5 hours, you will be told, cost the county government of Kericho 325,000 shillings. Those two speakers mounted there, they are the ordinary speakers that we use in village funerals in day-to-day practice. In fact, the question I would ask if I sat where the governor sits is, why then not just buy speakers for the county government of Kericho in multiple numbers, then hire those 2 speakers, you are 65,000 shillings. But that's not enough. The people you see sitting in that photo under the sun, you'll be told tents were paid for this event at millions of shillings. And the tents are covering those very people you are sitting in the sun. I am demonstrating, distinguished senators, that we are not using the word bad manners to exaggerate anything or as an alarmist statement. We have documented vouchers and we have documented bank statements and we have documented photographs to show that. When you turn to volume number 4 of the county, my apologies, there is just volume 4, just numbered volume 4, then we start 4A, 4B, so it's just 4. You know, sorry, my apologies. If we look at volume number 4, I wanted us to look at the photos. The bills of quantities at pages 129 to 136. The bills of quantities at pages 129, my apologies, 129 to 136. You will see bills of quantities for renovation of certain houses at a place called Kericho.
Council, as you refer to the volumes,
yes.
Also refer to the page so that the honorable senators can follow.
I was coming to that. The bill starts at page 139, 129, my apologies, but the actual bills are at page 130. Page 130 tells you what should be done to external walling and to re-roofing. And Mr. Speaker, subject to your guidance, I would want your technical team now to put on our screen the photos of that house, those houses. They are in volume 4A from pages 102 to 107. As we look at the bills of quantities in front of you, I would beseech the technical team, Mr. Speaker, to play for us the photos that run from pages 102 to 107 in volume 4A. Mr. Speaker, may you, in the interest of time, direct the technical team to allow our technical team out there to put those photos on the screens?